Has found a home in the middle of the Indians' batting order. Why is that? He has 6 runs batted in the last 3 games, and he's 4th in the American League in batting average with runners in scoring position. We'll talk about Jose and his new hairdo next on Indians Live. From Target Field in Minneapolis, good evening and welcome into Indians Live, brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. Tonight, Game 2 in the 3-game set between the Indians and Twins. The Indians a winner last night. They are 6.5 games in front of the Tigers for first place in the Central. The Twins in last place. One of the reasons why, they don't have this guy anymore. Torii Hunter is going into the Hall of Fame for the Twins tonight.
Great to see him earlier today in the ballpark. Congratulations. He'll get inducted into the Twins Hall of Fame tonight. Huge crowd here tonight. Last night was big. Tonight, going to be pretty big. Special weekend here for the Twins.
Al Pawlowski, Jensen Lewis, great to have you along as the Indians try to make it 2 straight here over the Minnesota Twins. Had a place historically in the last few years they haven't been very good at, but last night they sure were. Can they be that good again tonight? Let's take a look at 3 things you need to know heading into the ballgame. First up, it has been road, sweet road for the Indians. They have 27 wins away from home. That's the most in the American League.
Yeah, the old adage is if you can play 500 on the road and win the majority of your series at home, you're going to be in the postseason. Well, the Indians, they're playing pretty well. It is indeed home sweet away from home.
And another guy that's playing well on the road is Trevor Bauer. His numbers are better than at Progressive Field. 5-1, 2.57 ERA away from home.
Yeah, big reason why they've been doing so well on the road, and he has been right in the middle of that. You're seeing the highlights here from pitching in Toronto, but tonight his arsenal going to play very well against a downtrodden Twins lineup.
And finally, Jose Ramirez is batting .394 with runners in scoring position, 4th best in the American League. He had 2 more hits last night and a couple more runs batted in.
It's been so impressive in Michael Brantley's absence. We talked about it last night. We've talked about it pretty much the entire season. Without him, where would the Indians offense be? Certainly wouldn't be leading this division, but hats off to him, literally, for what
I see what you did there, right?
Yeah, he's been a big part of this offense.
Well, speaking of hats off and Jose Ramirez, hats off to him for the way he's played offensively. And speaking of hats off, yeah, he's had a problem with that. Earlier this year in Houston, watch this. This can become dangerous.
This was one of the most retweeted pictures, or at least clips online, and well, now he's found a way to try and keep the helmet on.
He got a little smarter, so he's got this hairdo now. Now watch last night. No more problems with the helmet flying off, thanks to the new dude.
I want to see him, though, when he goes for extra bases. That'll be the real test, but for right now, it's certainly a fashion statement. Rode down the elevator with him in the team hotel today. I asked him, were you going to add to it? Were you going to any variations? He didn't have a comment on it, but you can see the wheels were turning.
Definitely, as they always are with Jose Ramirez. Let's go down to the field now. Andre now joins us, and Jose Ramirez, Andre, he's been great on the field, and now with the new look for Jose Ramirez. This has got more than just a style statement. This has got a practical purpose as well, doesn't it?
Well, he says it does. We'll see. I'm with Jensen. I want to see him go for 2 or go for 3 and see if that thing sticks. I think it really tells you, though, a lot about where Jose is in his career and just confidence-wise. I think he's being himself more. You know, we talked last year how Terry Francona would call him George Jefferson because he would walk with that strut. He would talk about all the times where he didn't walk with that strut last year. And now we haven't talked about, you know, the George Jefferson thing so much this year because he's had the strut the whole time. And I think having Juan Uribe with him here in spring training, and he's just found himself. It's been so fun to watch. And he doesn't overcomplicate things when he's that bad. You know, as a former pitcher, I'm sure that he's the type of guy you wouldn't want to go against, Jensen, because he hits the ball where the ball is pitched. He doesn't overswing very often. He hits it to all fields, doesn't strike out a lot, doesn't walk a lot. He's just a guy that hits the ball hard continuously, and it's turned out great for the Indians because I don't know offensively where they would be right now without Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Andre, I agree with you because as a pitcher, when you know a guy is not going to swing and miss, very, very tough out. A guy that's, well, I mean, last night we thought it was going to come through for Yan Gomes. He hit 3 balls hard last night. A lot of frustrating at-bats leading into the All-Star break, but last night it almost seemed he was just inches away from coming out, or at least beginning to come out of a slump. His Indians teammates, though, today, Andre, and you heard about this. They had a little ceremony for Yan Gomes. Kind of walk us through what happened to try and raise his spirits.
It was a ceremony of ceremonies. I was talking to Josh Tomlin, and Josh goes, I can do something with you later, but we got to go do something. And I said something, and he goes, yeah, you'll understand or hear about it later. So I walked back by the clubhouse, and I hear some strange music, and there was definitely music being played that we weren't used to hearing. And then you heard chants, and then you heard guys walking around with different stuff. And the clubhouse is kind of, look, that's the players' sanctuary, right? We don't go in there. When stuff like that's going on, you don't walk in. But we start finding out they had Yan Gomes in the middle, and we thought it was for his birthday because his birthday is coming up. And no, they just want to exercise all the demons. They had bats around him. It was something out of the movie Major League. Awesome moment because it really tells you his teammates are pulling for him. They're trying to get him to lighten up and laugh. I will say this, baseball-wise, he hit 3 balls hard yesterday, but it was his at-bats and how he went about them. You know, if you go by, he got deep in the count, didn't swing at bad pitches. If he has nights like that, continues, he's going to get some hits and they're going to drop in. But I thought what happened today, just another sign of the camaraderie this team has and how they've come together and how they believe in one another. And speaking of that, Torrey Hunter's going into the Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame right now. And I got to give you props, Jensen. When we saw him before dinner tonight, he came up and gave you a hug and said he never could get a hit off you because you had that sneaky fastball. I get on you a lot for a lot of other stuff, but the guy going to the Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame loved going against Jensen because he couldn't hit him.
Andre, that is a great point. I'm glad that you brought that up, too, because, Jensen, this is one guy who's going to the Twins Hall of Fame tonight that you dominated. He was just 1 for 6 against you. I was privy to that conversation as well, and he said, man, that fastball, that had the little rise on it. I could never figure that out.
You know, it was one of the guys that you knew you had to kind of up your game going up against him. And I remember it was early in my career, so he could beat you to all parts of the ballpark. So you knew you had to kind of keep the ball in on him. Was fortunate to jam him a couple of times, but it's always revealing when you have a guy of his caliber come up and say, man, I didn't like to face you. So, hey, congrats to him today. A huge part of why the Twins had so many successful years.
Yeah, definitely a great honor for Torrey Hunter. When he was with this club last year, they were in the hunt. He's not with this club this year, and that's the main difference.
Yeah.
Everybody else is very similar, at least core-wise, and they're not in the hunt, and they're not even close.
Well, we talked with Tito today, just kind of asked him, you know, hey, what's it like? And he said, yeah, they really miss him.
When we come back, Indians team president Chris Antonetti will join us live here in Minneapolis, and we'll talk about Dr. Smooth, who's on a rehab assignment now with Akron. Stay tuned. GMC. Visit your Northern Ohio GMC dealer for a test drive today. And by WB Mason, official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. Let's take a look at your picture-perfect weather forecast as you look at some of the ceremonies for Torrey Hunter going into the Twins Hall of Fame tonight. It's brought to you by Dot Camera, where the focus is on you. 78 degrees, mostly cloudy, slightly more humid than last night, but overall, great night for baseball here in Minneapolis.
It's gorgeous this time of year here. Always enjoyed coming. This is kind of a sleeper city in the big leagues, especially in this division. It's a lot of fun to play. Good baseball fans here, and you know, always good games, especially between the Tribe and Twins.
He's Jensen Lewis. I'm Al Pulowski. Indians team president Chris Antonetti will join us in a moment. Michael Brantley is on a rehab assignment for the Cleveland Indians. Last night in Akron, he played 7 innings. He was 0 for 4, but the good news is everything's been checking out with Dr. Smooth, and that's what you're concerned about, not the performance on the field, that he feels good physically, though, instead.
Yeah, he will not play tonight in Akron. He will play tomorrow, but Tito Francona telling us in the press conference today that no setbacks whatsoever, nothing to worry about with him, and the reports have been fantastic. He said Michael wanted to play today. He really was ready to go, and I think the biggest thing to take out of this, Al, is he's on schedule, and that's the biggest thing for Indians fans to really understand too, is that he's going to be a guy that can really, you know, be in this lineup sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. As Chris Antonetti joins us now, Indians team president. Chris, great to see you here in Minneapolis. And
hey guys, how are you?
Good. We were just talking about Michael Brantley, and boy, the performance of the offense without him has had to impress you this year. What's been the biggest thing for the Indians making up for the loss of Dr. Smooth?
I think the way our guys have come together as a group, we haven't had to rely on any one individual player to pick up the slack, but in fact, we've really seen guys throughout the lineup kind of elevate their game and pick up for what is a meaningful loss for us and Michael. But I think we're all excited to get Michael Brantley back and get his contributions to our lineup.
Tito talked about he'll take the day off today. He'll play tomorrow. No setbacks whatsoever. I'm sure that puts you guys at ease. But you mentioned the lineup. Jose Ramirez has been a guy, and I know you talked about him in spring training. Other guys were talking about him on the staff. It just seemed like he had another year to mature. He's taken that into the season. Do you think anybody could have expected kind of what we've seen so far from him?
I think Jose's a guy that we've believed in for a long time, a guy with a great track record throughout his minor league time, but had a bit of a difficult time transitioning to the major leagues. And I think what we are now seeing at the major league level is what Jose has been throughout his time in the minor leagues, and it's been fun to see and very fulfilling.
All right, fun to see is our next topic about the starting pitching. This rotation, and you guys made it known to everybody in the offseason, it would take a lion's share to really be able to pry one of these young guys away. One of the most prized commodities, young, controllable starting pitching. With the way that they've gone and the depth, I think, you talk about depth in starting pitching, you can never have enough. Has this rotation dominance been like anything you've seen before?
You know, Jensen, I'm not sure. You know, thinking back on, I think what we do know is that we appreciate the guys that we have, and each guy has kind of taken a step forward and been a very meaningful contributor to the success we've had so far this season. Now, we now know our challenge is to continue that. We can't just rest on the first half that we had, and our guys need to continue to push forward, and we're confident that they will.
Chris, as the trade deadline approaches, and we know you can't talk about specific players, but a typical day in the life of you and Mike Chernoff as it leads up to the trade deadline.
It's busy. I think it all starts with the preparation you do with your scouts and evaluators well in advance of the deadline to make sure you have an understanding of, one, what you think your team might need and what could complement the roster you have, and then two, who are the guys out there that potentially could help. And so we spend a lot of time preparing for that, and then we try to go about that, go into the market, talk with teams that we think may have guys available, and see if we can align on value.
And you look at the minor league system. I was in Akron for the All-Star break, got to see Clint Frazier, Bradley Zimmer close up. I got to tell you, I didn't know Zim was that big, and now that he's kind of had a couple of years on him, he was in the home run derby. It was unbelievable how the ball was coming up. And I know nobody has a timetable yet, but it seems like they're kind of knocking on the door sooner than later.
Yeah, both Clint and Bradley Zimmer have had a really good and productive years. I think most importantly for us is that they've each taken steps forward in their development, and they're in a better spot today than they were to start the year. That's really what player development is about, is continuing that progress and helping guys improve. And I think we've seen that with both Bradley and Clint, and are really encouraged by the progress they've made.
A couple of guys at the AAA level that, perhaps when rosters expand later in the season, that you guys are high on, that perhaps may get a look. Obviously, you're not going to say, hey, we'll have this guy or that guy, but is there anybody on the radar for fans to kind of keep their eye on?
I think that's one of the things that we felt really good about going into the year, is that we had a depth of players not just at the major league level, but guys on the cusp that could contribute. And we've seen it already on our major league roster. We've, with Tyler Naquin, Jose Ramirez making the contribution he's had. Eric Gonzalez earned his way up here. And there's a host of other guys in AAA that we think could help us in the second half.
Chris, going into this trade deadline, too, I think you're the only club that isn't in need of a starting pitcher. I don't know when the last time that's happened for anybody that's in contention. What's that like for you to be able to maybe be a buyer for something that's not necessarily everything else is going to be a buyer for?
Well, I think what it's allowed us to do is really focus on the areas that we think could improve our team, and places where there may be opportunities to improve. And so that really focuses our efforts in the marketplace, whereas maybe some other teams are more spread out in what they're trying to accomplish.
Chris, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
All right, Indians team president Chris Antonetti joining us here in Minneapolis for Indians Live. Coming up next, we have our Impact Indians for you. I think these two guys will be somebody's Impact Indians. Just a guess, though. But first, this day in Indians history is brought to you by GMC. As we go back to 1941, Joe DiMaggio extended his hitting streak to 56 games by going 3 for 4 in the Yankees' 10-3 win over the Tribe at League Park. Jolton Joel batted .408 during his record streak while striking out only 5 times. Live is brought to you by GMC. Visit your Northern Ohio GMC dealer for a test drive today. And by Just for Men. Great looking hair, made easy, just for men. Indians and Twins here tonight at Target Field, and there he is, Torii Hunter, going into the Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame here tonight, and there's a big crowd here to watch Torii go in.
Yeah, they were here early. You and I were walking into the ballpark. I mean, they were about 50 to 75 deep. But tell you what a great guy for this organization.
MLB news and notes for you. Steven Strasburg now 13-0 on the season. Yu Darvish back on the hill today. However, he ended up taking the loss, but he looked pretty good. And James Shields back on track for the White Sox after looking terrible in San Diego and his first few outings for Chicago.
Rangers' loss means the Indians now have the American League's best record by a half game going into the game tonight.
Well, there you go. And here we are tonight in Minneapolis for you, along with Jensen Lewis, Al Pulowski. It is time now for our Impact Indians, and Jensen being Mr. July, I'm very anxious to see who he's going with tonight. Here's who I'm going with. Jason Kipnis, who has a hit in 20 of his last 23 games. A lot of small sample sizes in their careers against Tyler Duffy, who's starting tonight for Minnesota. Kip is 2 for 5. I like him tonight in this matchup here at Target Field.
All right, I like Frankie Lindor tonight, and after last night's near miss with Carlos Carrasco, I think this may be as sure a bet as you can find, particularly his numbers against the American League Central. A .360 average. He's been a jolt in the middle all season long. On the road, though, I think he'd be the difference tonight.
Well, I agree. He's a pretty sure thing. The fans might disagree with you. Trevor Bauer on the road this year has been great. 5-1, a 2.57 ERA for Trevor Bauer. And here's a guy that has really come on in the last couple of months.
Yeah, he's come on because the guy catching him right there, Chris Jimenez, has really simplified his mind, his process. He's executed with the fastball so well, especially to get to that big breaking ball.
And speaking of coming on, Jensen, we're still waiting for you to come on.
Now, last night, I know we had to put up a Twitter poll, and a lot of people complaining that Carlos Carrasco did not get the Impact Indian.
Well,
I do want
their votes last
I do
night?
want to apologize. It was late on the East Coast.
It
I know
was
a lot of people stayed up with us.
56% to 44 in favor of Mike
When you look
Napoli.
at how things are going, I would say that we're going to be okay. I'm not really
now,
panicking.
in an election, 56% to 44% is almost considered a rout. Just saying.
Those are unofficial results, Al.
Okay, very good. But Mike Napoli was indeed the Impact Indian of the night last night. When we come back here on Indians Live, we've got more to give you, including the starting lineups. You like that phrase, whatever dude.
A lot of people do.
Jensen trying out for the Where's My Car Dude, the sequel to that movie, trying it whatever dude. Anyway, we've got more for you next.
My signature is beautiful because of that guy. And all these guys right here, I want to say thank you for bringing this to me, and I'm able to sit next to you and talk baseball, soak up all the wisdom and all the jokes and all the stories. And the two guys right here, Tony and
Visit your Northern Ohio GMC dealer for a test drive today. It's Indians live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, as we take a look at the Papa John's countdown to first pitch clock. More ceremonies for Torii Hunter, and we are just over 10 minutes away from the first pitch tonight.
About every day, Eddie Guardado, the back end there, a couple of former teammates.
There's Rod Carew.
Yeah.
He was a pretty good one, too.
Yeah.
He wasn't bad at all. He's Jensen Lewis. I'm Al Pulowski. Great to have you along here. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's game, and we'll begin on the hill for the Minnesota Twins. Actually, we'll look at the Indians lineup first. And we'll look at the last 4 games for Mike Napoli. He once again is hitting cleanup tonight. He's the DH after playing first base last night. But boy, Knapp had a good last few games before the All-Star break, and that's continued right through the All-Star break.
And I think the guys at the end of the lineup, Tyler Naquin, watch for him tonight. Could have a couple of big hits. Juan Uribe, too, down the lines. He's got some pull pop. It might play well here tonight.
All right, let's take a look at the pitching matchup here. As for the Indians, Trevor Bauer's on the mound. Tyler Duffy for Minnesota. What's allowed Trevor Bauer to be that consistent pitcher this year that he's been searching to be the last few seasons?
Well, I think we talked about it. It's Chris Jimenez, and certainly the way that he's simplified, I think not only the mindset, but how you execute. And we know Trevor's got a lot of pitches. We know that he's very analytical in all of his starts, going from video to other things that he works on. But sometimes it's just good old-fashioned baseball. Here it is. I thought the Toronto relief appearance was more indicative of why he's become so dominant. Just got it, let it go, didn't worry about anything else.
All right, let's check the Minnesota Twins lineup for you here tonight against Trevor Bauer. This is what he'll be facing. And Max Kepler, a real interesting guy. 5 home runs already in the month of July. Great-looking young player. He's already batting 5th in this lineup, right behind Brian Dozier. And Vargas, who's hitting 400, he's also had a pretty good few weeks here.
And I always remember Joe Mauer, guy at the top of the lineup behind Nunez. Mauer particularly hitting 324 in July. I'll say one other thing, too, about Tyler Duffy. The splits are kind of shocking. At home, he's got over a 7 ERA. On the road, he's got a 3. Something to kind of watch for tonight. And, hey, if this Indians offense gets out early, they might get to that pen early as well.
All right, with those things in mind, let's take a look at the GMC On Deck Circle, brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealer. First up, Start Me Up. Trevor Bauer has made 7 quality starts in his last 8.
And the biggest thing to continue this trend is strike one. He's been so good at staying ahead of guys, and then also that wipeout breaking ball could be deadly.
And also the bullpen's been pretty good overall.
Yes.
This goes to that. Get ahead early. Try 41-2 when they lead after 6 innings.
And yesterday was the 6th inning where they got that lead. Manship, Shaw, Allen, fantastic yesterday. Dan Otero, remember, he's been consistent all year long as well.
And the biggest difference between last season and this season, the way the Indians are playing in their division.
Yeah, no question about it. And the Twins, they have to win this series. You know that Kansas City is on the horizon. They may be desperate, especially with having to handle Detroit. So again, you got a chance to win a series on the road. You got to get it done tonight.
From a former player perspective, does having a ceremony like this for Torii Hunter beforehand have any impact at all on the game?
No, not at all. And I think those guys are happy to be here for it. What an incredible ambassador for baseball.
Matt Underwood and Rick Manning coming up next. For Andre Knott and Jensen Lewis, I'm Al Pulowski. Thanks for watching Indians Live. Twins and Tribe next. Have a good one.
sports.
We are Force. We are Ohio.
The Indians started off the second half strong, winning their 10th series opener in the last 12 tries. The offensive attack was led by the dynamic duo of Mike Napoli and Jose Ramirez, the Tribe's Batman and fiery-haired Robin. Indians will try to make it 2 in a row behind the tandem of Trevor Bauer and Chris Jimenez. Next on Sports Time Ohio. A warm summer evening in downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here at Target Field tonight, the Indians try to make it 2 straight against the Minnesota Twins. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Michael Anthony Napoli was born on Halloween night in 1981. And just like the fictional Michael Myers, he keeps coming back time and time again to terrorize opposing pitchers.
Well, last night, Knapp comes back in that first game, picked on 3 breaking balls. 1 went off the wall, 1 went in the hole between short and third, and his third time, 1 went over the fence for his 19th home run. He had 18 all last year. He comes out with a terrific first half and started off very well. And if history, you look at this, in his past, he has been terrific in the second half. 87 home runs, a .278 batting average, has played in the postseason 6 times. So let's hope Mike Napoli can continue that, and let's make it 7 this year.
You know, he's one of only 5 current players to hit at least 17 home runs in 9 consecutive seasons. How's that for consistency? We got the Indians and the Minnesota Twins on a special night here at Target Field as the Twins induct Torrey Hunter into their Hall of Fame. We'll be back with tonight's first pitch. It's coming up next. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by your local Toyota dealers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Running catch in foul territory. Right back through Santana. Coming around third with a go-ahead run. Deep center center field. Buxton's out of room. It's out of here. And the Indians are right back in the win column. And it is indeed a beautiful day for baseball here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Target Field, the site for Game 2 of our 3-game weekend series. Indians winning last night, doing a lot of the little things correctly. They played very sound defensively. And on the offensive side of things, you get 3 hits from Mike Napoli, including a home run. Jose Ramirez drives in a pair. But boy, Francisco Lindor continues to be sort of a rally starter. He walked to lead off the 4th and scored. He singled with 1 out in the 6th, came around to score to spark that rally. And let's go downstairs to Andre Knott, who has more on Lindor and what that all-star game experience must have meant for him.
It was pretty swell. How about that? He had a swell time as he went out to San Diego for his first all-star trip. In tonight's Hear Right Sounds of the Game, hear from Francisco Lindor when he was able to hang out with Carlos Beltran and enjoy his first all-star game and what he learned.
It was great, man. It was an honor. It was a blessing. Woke up the first day before the home run derby at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was way too anxious. I was telling my girlfriend, I was like, I want to go to the field. I don't want to be here. Get me out to the field. And we still had like 4 hours to be at the field. It was cool, man. Walking in the clubhouse, seeing all the names, seeing all the guys. It was awesome.
What was it like being around someone like Carlos Beltran? I saw you take pictures and different things like that. What could you learn from someone like that in that setting?
I learned a lot. He was kind of like the guy that was following around the most. I had the experience the opportunity to share playing with him on the way to San Diego, talked for like 4 hours, and literally just sat there. I asked questions, and he responded. I just sat there the whole entire time listening. I felt like I was a little kid. You know, getting a lecture from your parents. I loved it. I learned, you know, things all hidden, things all life. We talked about pretty much everything, life, baseball, a lot of things.
Motivation when you get around those type of guys to get back there and to be better if there's such a thing?
Definitely. I feel like I came out of the break a better person and a better player. I'm looking forward to the second half. You know, whenever you have an experience like that, it makes you more hungry. You know, makes you more want to more. You know, I thank the Lord for the opportunity He gave me, and you know, I thank Him for letting me be able to listen to guys and pay attention and learn.
Francisco Lindor on his experiences at the Midsummer Classic in San Diego. We're just about ready for baseball. Let's quickly get a look at the Indians starting lineup tonight. It's brought to you by Progressive. For Tribe skipper Terry Francona, Carlos Santana will lead it off. Then it's Jason Kipnis, followed by Francisco Lindor. Mike Napoli hits cleanup, followed by Jose Ramirez, then Lonnie Chisenhall. Juan Uribe starts at third tonight. He'll bat 7th. Tyler Naquin in center field will hit 8th, and Chris Jimenez gets the start behind the plate, batting 9th.
And our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher is going to be Tyler Duffy, 6'3", 225 pounds, age 25, will be making the start. He is having a rough year. Sophomore jinx a little bit this year, 5-6, a 520. He did beat the Indians May 15th back in Cleveland, where he pitched 7 innings, 6 hits, did not allow a run, and that matched a career high as far as innings go. He is 2-0 in his career, so we'll see what he has to offer tonight.
The Indians begin the night 7 games in front of Detroit in the loss column in the American League Central Division. And Carlos Santana takes a first pitch strike. The Indians 53-36 on the year, including a mark of 27-20 on the road. That was behind Santana, and somehow he got out of the way.
Boy, usually you jump back into that baseball, but he was able to get out of the way. Watch where it starts, behind him, right at that back knee. So how he did not jump into it is beyond me.
Well, that was his first reaction, to go back, and then he just barely moved forward.
That's a weird sensation when you're a hitter and you see a ball behind you, because normally you jump back.
That's way outside, 2 balls and a strike.
He has the changeup, his fastball, anywhere from 87 to 90. Two different types of curveball. He can get me over curveball for strike one. He's got a put away curveball as well.
There's a fastball, and he finds the outside edge to even the count of 2-2. Santana last night 1 for 5 and punched out 4 times. And this time he starts the game with a base hit right back up the middle. So
well,
for Carlos Santana, that will extend his hitting streak to 13 games.
They just moved everybody over when he got to 2 strikes. Sano went over to the right side. That's like a little, almost like a slider right there. That ball stayed up. Santana didn't hit it all that well, but he hit it in the perfect spot right back up the middle. So he will start the game off with a single.
That's a new career high for Carlos Santana. And it brings up Jason Kipnis. Kipnis last night 0 for 4. You kind of look back at Jason's night. He got off to a rocky start when Larry Vanover had a bit of an expansive strike zone his first time up. And you almost
and it was a low strike zone.
It almost had a carryover effect. But a new day, a new slate. Kipnis has been on a very consistent pace. You talk about since May 10th. So we're talking 2 solid months. He's batted .281 with 12 doubles, 11 homers, and 35 runs batted in. Taking all the way 3-0. It's in for a strike. You always talk about players seeking some level of consistency. Well, he's found it. Think about last year as he watches ball 4 just miss. That month of May was special. But I think as a hitter, every major league player, they'd probably trade one hot month for 2 or 3 really good months just to keep it going.
Well, there's times when you do get hot, you ride the wave because you know you're going to have times that you're going to have some down times. You're going to have some tired times, you know. But right there, that was a good at bat where he took a walk. That 3-1 pitch was close. He wanted to, but he didn't offer at it. So you go to first base. They have first and second, nobody out now.
And now Francisco Lindor. He continues to swing the bat very well. Shows bunt. Gets it down, but it's foul. Keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Indians obviously need some production. Continued production from those guys in the key spots in the order. And Brian Dozier, one guy that can definitely hurt you with that Twins lineup. Lindor hammers it to right field, and a diving catch made by Kepler, and the runners have to retreat. One away. He went to sort of a slide. And he made a nice play.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was sinking a little bit on him, and it was a good play. Although I like to see Lindor swing the bat there, caught a breaking ball, and it's a nice running catch there by Kepler for the first out of the ball game.
So with one away, Mike Napoli to the plate. Napoli hurt Minnesota last night with 3 hits, a homer, and 3 runs scored.
It'll be interesting because every pitch he hit was a slider.
Two on, 1 out, and the pitch in for a strike. Paul Molitor, after the game last night, said Napoli had a good night. He took advantage of a couple of mistakes on sliders, and we didn't have enough offense. 4 hits usually doesn't get you many wins, and that's all Minnesota had last night.
Yeah, they only had a couple of guys in scoring position all night long.
Ripped foul by Napoli.
Well, they're going to continue to throw him the breaking ball, so they better locate him.
How's that for hot? 7 for his last 13.
With pretty hot.
7 runs scored.
You know, Tyler Duffey had a stretch here during the year from May 20th to June 20th, almost a month. It was 7 starts where he gave up at least 4 runs. 4 times he gave up 6 earned runs, 2 times 5 earned runs, and 1 time just 4. So he was roughed up there for a little while. You know, he came into the league, if you remember, he got his first win against the Indians. And after that, he is 5-6 this year. He went 5-1 last year after his debut, and then he beat the Indians in 6 innings and did not allow a run.
Napoli spoils it. Down in the counties, trying to fight to stay alive. Looking for one of those mistakes. Oh, we mentioned it last night, Rick. You know, in baseball, the disparity in records might tell you it's a lopsided affair, it's a mismatch, but it all comes back to what that guy with the ball in his hand can do. And if Duffy's on, if he's having a special night, he can shut down any lineup in baseball.
Sure.
But if he's not, then that makes it a lot more tougher for a team like Minnesota, because they have to do almost everything really well in order to win.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on his curveball. His curveball seems to be the pitch that has hurt the Indians in the starts.
Throw down to second base. Safe is the call. It was very close. Santana may have definitely eluded the tag.
Yeah, he wandered off a bit too far, and they threw behind him, and he was able to get it in. They may be going to look at their replay, but I'll tell you what, he got the arm back in, at least from our vantage point. Watch the right arm get in. By the time the tag gets there it is on the shoulder, and it looks like the hand is on the base. There it is.
Wow, it's awfully close.
Yeah, it's close.
But again, this is one of those situations. First inning.
Yep.
Do you have enough video evidence to say we can get this overturned? That's
and
what
he's
they're
called
debating.
safe, so they have to have.
And Molitor,
umpire looking right at this angle. He's sneaking in to see where the tag was and where the hand was. He's peeking in. Called him safe. So they're still
waiting.
I mean,
gotta make a decision here, boys.
Well, yeah, it's the first inning. You know, that's the one thing they said it was going to be 30 seconds at the start of this year when they get you know, you have time to go look at your video, but we have had it taken a lot longer than that. You have to make a quick decision, and in the first inning that would have been a tough decision to make, to challenge it.
3-2 pitch to Napoli, low, ball 4. He's walked him, and the bases are loaded.
Let's take a look at that Twins defense now. We have an opportunity. It'll be behind Duffy tonight. Rosario in left, Buxton in center. It'll be Kepler over and right. Sano at third, Nunez is short. Dozier is at second, Mauer at first. Centeno behind the plate.
Alfonso Marquez has the plate. Chris Guccione is at first base tonight. David Rackley at second. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, down at third. Although I think they've changed this, Rick. I think Alfonso Marquez is at second base.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
And I'm not sure if that's David Rackley. Maybe they've changed the umpires.
Well, they had him wrong last night.
Yeah. Anywho, here's Jose Ramirez fouling one out of play.
Jose able to get him rolling last night. A couple of big hits, one in the 4th inning to drive in their first, another in the 6th.
Batting .394 with runners in scoring position. One of the best in the business. And he's got a ball scorched to center field. That is going to be caught by Buxton. Tagging, coming home is Santana. The throw is not nearly in time, and the Indians take a 1-0 lead.
Boy, the sad thing, they hit 2 balls right on the nose for the outs in this inning that could have very well been hits. And Lindor's down to right field.
Yeah.
And now Buxton's got to make a running catch to get Ramirez here, but they do get a run home. They will play from in front tonight. That's another line drive right there that was sinking. Buxton comes in and gets it, a sacrifice fly for Ramirez, his 41st RBI.
Pitch in there for a strike to Lonnie Chisenhall. Lonnie had an RBI last night in a 1-for-3 performance. batting .299 on the year. Ground ball right at the shortstop. And Nunez will go to first to end the inning. Well, the Indians come out swinging here in the first. They get a run. They'll play from in front. Lineup tonight for manager Paul Molitor. Eduardo Nunez, the all-star shortstop, leads it off. Joe Mauer batting second, Miguel Sano third. Brian Dozier drove in both runs for Minnesota last night. He'll hit cleanup. Then it's Max Kepler, followed by Big Kenny Vargas, Eddie Rosario, Juan Centeno, and Byron Buxton. Pitches outside, ball one to Nunez. Trevor Bauer, 7-3 on the year. Ground ball to first. Santana has it. He'll go to the bag himself, one away.
Let's set the Honda starting pitching numbers for Trevor Bauer. 7-3 on the year at .330 earned run average, especially good on the road. Trevor is 5-1, an ERA of .257. Although this year he has made one start against Minnesota. He lost that start, 1-4 in his career. But good road pitcher. This should be a good place for him to pitch. Awfully tough when he gets the 2 strikes on you. He's tough to get a hit off of.
Joe Mauer looks at a strike at the knees on the outside corner.
Remember in his last start before the break against the Yankees, man, remember the first 9 guys breezed through the lineup. They made an adjustment. They started to get very aggressive and starting to swing the bat earlier in the count on those first couple of pitches, and it seemed to affect them a little bit.
I'm just going to try to forget that whole Yankees series.
Well, I mean, you got to go back. That was his last start. I mean, he's got to move on from it. It was about a week ago, so.
Not a whole lot went right.
No, but the way you forget him is you make adjustments.
Learn from your mistakes is what you're saying.
Absolutely. I mean, breezed through the first 9 hitters.
2-2. Out of play. Joe Mauer, the longtime veteran first baseman. Started out as a catcher, was terrific. One of the best young catchers in the game, but just could never really stay healthy. Injuries beset him early in his career. Eventually the move was made to put him at first base. Try to keep his bat in the lineup. Easy play for Jason Kipnis. 2 down here in the first.
Let's check that Indians defense, brought to you by Jeep. It'll be Ramirez in left, Naquin in center, Chisenhall in right. Uribe at third, Lindor at short. Kipnis is at second. Santana gets the start at first today with Jimenez again catching Bauer.
Miguel Sano will bat with 2 down and the bases empty. Big curveball, and it drops over the outside part of the plate for a strike.
I think that might be a big pitch for Trevor tonight, that curveball.
Smashed up the middle, but oh, it went right through Kipnis. He was right there to make the play, but somehow it got through, and the Twins have a 2-out base runner. We'll see how it's scored.
Well, there was a ball hit up there last night, almost the same thing. He had to go to his backhand side. That hit the top of the mound. Now, whether that had extra spin on it, I don't know, but it certainly looked like it. Kipnis looked like he could get it. I think they're going to give him an error.
You are correct, sir. I think Kip's reaction told you he felt he should have had it. And an extra opportunity, though, for Brian Dozier. Last night hit his 15th home run of the season.
Let's see if this ball has any spin on, any extra spin at it. No, I think he just flat out missed it. It went off the baby finger of that glove.
If anything, Arch, it looked like he was trying to slide to his right, but that ball was hit so hard he didn't quite get himself in front of it as much as he would have liked to.
Well, the way it was traveling, sometimes you don't blame him.
Just looked like it caught the side, almost the pinky finger portion of his glove. But Bauer comes back with 2 quick strikes to Dozier. And a fastball low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 15 home runs for Dozier, leads the Twins. Also leads the club with the 45 RBI.
Yeah, he got off to a slow start, we mentioned yesterday. But Dozier hitting over 300, 301, 10 triples, 10 home runs, 28 ribbies in his last 38 games.
Line drive, Kipnis caught it, inning over. No runs, no hits, an error, 1 left. After an inning, it's Cleveland 1, Minnesota nothing. Bottom third of the order due for the Tribe. Juan Uribe will lead it off. Tyler Duffy walked a couple, but he was saved from further damage in that first inning by his defense. A couple of fine plays on hard hit balls. But you have to like the way the Indians came out swinging the bats in that first inning. Uribe takes on the outside corner to even the count. Uribe off to a slow start in the month of July, just 2 for 18.
Yeah, the Indians themselves, their record 5-6 in the first 11 games in the month of July. That's as many games as they lost the whole month of June. We remember that 22-6 month.
The dirt and a full count, so good patience here for Uribe, and this is not his strong suit. He's only walked 5 times in his last 45 games.
Well, Kipnis walked back in the first, so did Napoli, so don't give in to this guy.
Tops it to third. Miguel Sano makes a good throw, 1 down. Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. In terms of divisional records, nobody better than the Indians at 27-11. And in terms of winning percentage, the Indians have the best record in the American League.
All first place teams right there in your division. Take care of it.
Tyler Naquin with 1 down and the base is empty. Slashes 1 foul. At 53-36, the Indians have a .596 winning percentage. Texas began the day .593, and they've already lost. And Baltimore was at .591. They lead Tampa 2-1 in the 7th inning down in St. Pete. Yeah, the Chicago Cubs seem to have quickly put behind any doubts that anyone had about their ability to turn things around. They kind of limped into the All-Star break having lost, I think it was 8 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10, but they've come out and they've just handled the Texas Rangers,
who's went into the break struggling, and it's still our struggle.
Yeah. Naquin chops it to third. Sano with a great backhanded stop. Long throw. The call is out at first. It was very close, and Terry Francona says, hold everything.
Yeah, I thought he was going to beat it out when I saw Sano going over to his right toward the line. And Naquin can get down the line. Watch, he had to take 1, 2, 3 steps to really put on the brakes. That big body, he had a hard time stopping. But boy, oh boy, he made a really nice play. From that angle, it looked like he had him.
Boy, that angle right there makes it a lot closer, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's going to be a tough decision.
Terry
He said
says no.
Don't want to take the chance. So a very nice play by Sano.
Got him by a whisker. It was bang, bang. And with 2 down, Chris Jimenez will be the batter. Jimenez getting the start tonight. He and Trevor Bauer worked well together. And a big breaking ball from Tyler Duffy in for strike 1. There's the old Tony Pena style there from Juan Centeno. He went down and had that leg kicked out. He was sitting right on the dirt all the way down. You don't see that anymore.
No, giving him a target about as low as you can get.
You got to have some pretty good flexibility to pull that maneuver off, like a hockey goalie almost. Got one up. Jimenez puts a good swing on it to right field, but Kepler makes the catch middle of the warning track, and the Indians go 1-2-3. 1-0 Cleveland, middle of the 2nd. he got the shaved head, the smooth look, but he lost a bet to Josh Ball, the Indians clubhouse staff back in Cleveland, who also goes with the shaved look. The bet was, Chris being from Northern California, if the Golden State Warriors win, then Josh had to let his hair grow out. But if the Cavs won, G had to let his hair grow out for a month, and so he's lived up to the bet. He's not happy about it either.
Hasn't been a month yet?
It's close. I think he's got about another week to go.
Boy, he may have to put that in a ponytail in Kansas City.
I told him, I said, you need to get a mullet, man. Go perm. But he's a good sport.
Yes, he is.
Josh taped his shaving kit. Taped it up above his locker to the wall and says, do not open for 1 month.
You lose the bet to those boys, they won't let you forget. I can guarantee you that.
The 2-1. That's hit pretty well. Deep to left. Back is Ramirez and makes the catch on the warning track for out number 1.
He made 3 outs to left field last night in his first 3 at-bats.
Here's the injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk and Elk, Minnesota. They got a lot of money on the DL. Phil Hughes, monster contract. Glenn Perkins, he's making a good buck. Trevor Plouffe, he's had a tough year. Just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, that's the problem with a team like the Twins, like the Indians. You lose your everyday players or your big money guys. You can't replace them. You got to fill them from within.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, you can't go out and trade for somebody or go out and buy a new player. You just can't do it.
Hard hit ball, fair, right field corner. Chisenhall, long run, dig it out. But Vargas doesn't run all that well. He barely made it to second base anyway. A 1-out double for Minnesota, their first hit of the game.
No, for Vargas, that's his 6th double. He looked like he hit a curveball, went down and in. That's the right speed for him down there. And he drives it down into the right field corner over the head of Santana. That'll be the first hit for the Twins tonight, a 1-out double. They only had, I said, 2 runners in scoring position last night. Now they get an opportunity here in the 2nd inning.
Well, this has been one of Minnesota's big problems this year. They don't hit very well with runners in scoring position because they've left the 13th most men on base out of 15 teams in the American League. So on one hand you say we're getting the opportunities, we're getting guys on base, or we're leaving way too many out there.
And sometimes that happens when you have a bunch of young players on your team. They get too aggressive, you know, and then Molitor's been shifting that lineup because Dozier was hitting leadoff. He was hitting second. Now he's hitting fourth. He's been looking to rectify that problem. You know, and it's tough to get guys that can hit with runners in scoring position, man. It's not easy to do. Sometimes it takes a long time to learn to be patient up there.
One pitch. The team that you and Paul played together on in Milwaukee had some prolific hitters throughout the lineup. Who was the bell cow? Who was the guy in the middle of that lineup?
Well, you had Cecil Cooper hitting third, hitting 350, 60 or something like that. You could have Ted Simmons hitting fourth, or Ben Ogilvie, and Robin Yount was there. And they had guys that you could go up and down that lineup that could hit.
That's hit high in the air, deep right. Lonnie back. He has room. Makes the catch. Vargas will tag and he'll go to third, but now there are 2 down. I would have to think if you're a manager, especially like Paul Molitor, when you've played on so many good lineups throughout your career, you got to be wondering, where's my Cecil Cooper? Where's my Ben Ogilvie? That I can sit in the middle of the lineup and everything kind of revolves around that guy.
Well, it takes a while for those guys to develop, but you know, everything was upstairs there to Rosario, and he finally got on a fastball. I remember the fastball he hit off Tomlin here that was right up under his chin. So you got to be careful because that guy will swing at that pitch, and he's one of the guys that can take you deep.
Juan Centeno getting the start behind the plate tonight. 229 average on the year. And it's in the dirt, ball 1. Kurt Suzuki caught last night. From an offensive standpoint, Suzuki far superior to Centeno, who's a younger player, obviously. pretty good looking pitch.
Well, last night it was a low strike zone. We'll see if it varies tonight.
2-0, tying run at third, 2 down in the second.
I remember him having a pretty big series in Cleveland when he had an opportunity to play in a Saturday day game or afternoon game.
Routine play for Santana. He'll take it to the bag himself, and the inning is over. Through 2, it's Cleveland 1, Minnesota nothing. Cold one tonight. To stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Third inning, top of the order for Cleveland. They lead it 1-0. Carlos Santana singled and scored in the first. Duffy's pitch in there for a strike.
Santana took a ball right back up the middle after he had 2 strikes, and Sano will go to the right side if they get to 2 strikes on Santana.
Ground ball to second, and Dozier takes care of that one away.
Well, Indians baseball is live with the MLB.com @bat app. You can stay connected all season with radio broadcasts, video highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet.
Jason Kipnis walked in the first inning. And the pitch outside for ball 1. Kansas City's jumped out early, 5-1. They lead the Tigers in the third inning in Detroit. Kansas City started the night just a game over 500. White Sox were shut out last night in Anaheim. They'll be underway in about an hour against the Angels tonight. Fouled right back. Two balls, 2 strikes. Tyler Duffy is retired, 6 in a row. until now. Kipnis with a solid base hit into right field.
Waited until he got his fastball. He got it on the inner part of the plate and able to turn on it and get it in the hole. Second hit for the Indians. It's a fastball right here. He wanted it away. That ball, you see where Centeno had to reach back to try and get it. Nope, not coming back.
Well, here's Francisco Lindor. His first time up, there were 2 men on base. He had a line drive to right field that was caught. Lindor chops it right at the shortstop Nunez to Dozier on to Mauer. An inning-ending double play. Middle of the third, it's still Cleveland 1, Minnesota nothing. Number 3 here in Minnesota. Indians hold a 1-0 lead over the Twins. Trevor Bauer has allowed 1 hit through the first 2. Byron Buxton will lead it off. Not surprised to see him trying a bunt. When I got to the ballpark today, he was working specifically on bunting.
Well, it's something, it's an art that you really do have to work on. You got to come out early. It's like any part of the game. Hitting, if you want, I mean, with his speed, here's a guy that should be able to bunt and bring those corner infielders in. It would open up his game. They've had some of the best bunters in the game here. We saw a couple of nights. Rod Carew, who was here celebrating the induction of Torrey Hunter into the Twins Hall of Fame. He was here. They had some good players out on the field.
Swung on and missed, pulled the string there, 2-2. Well, you think back to the teams that Torrey Hunter played on with Jock Jones, with Matt Lawton. How about Christian Guzman?
Yeah.
He could either bunt or just kind of butcher boy chop it down onto that turf and run like crazy.
Yeah. Tom Kelly.
They took advantage of the old home field
as well as anybody
at the Metrodome. Boy, I don't want to walk that guy.
No, that's a guy he has to hit his way on.
And that'll bring up Eduardo Nunez. Nunez a ground out his first time up at first.
I'm thinking about that. Yeah, when you got Buxton leading off an inning and then you're rolling it over to the top of the lineup, you really have to make him hit his way on, because If you walk him, he creates speed and it gives the opportunity. You can start the runner. You can hit and run with him. You can do a number of things to make something happen with nobody out.
And it's ball one. Hits the hole. Buxton will go to third. And the Twins have runners at the corners with nobody out.
Well, that's just a classic swing right there with a man on first base. Take it the other way. And that's exactly what you're trying to do as a hitter. It was a fastball inside, and he just pulls the hands through and shoots it the other way. Really nice job of hitting. And with the speed of Buxton, he's able to go to third easily. So now the Twins first and third. Nobody out.
Joe Mauer, the batter. He grounded out his only time up, and it's imperative for Bauer now to just limit the damage here as best he can. They'll look to turn two on the infield. Mauer's only hit into 4 double plays.
Well, he doesn't try to pull balls, and that's what it's going to be tougher for him to turn, because if they're going to turn it, he's shooting for that hole between short and third, and there's a big one over there.
Take this for what it's worth. Only one team in the American League has hit into fewer double plays than Minnesota this year, and that's the Tampa Bay Rays.
Okay. Yeah, they've hit into 50. The Twins have. I can see where this guy would be tough unless he hits just a hard 1 or 2 hopper to Lindor short.
They went to appeal, and
a little late.
Said he didn't go.
A little late because the umpire was actually blocked out, a home plate umpire. By the time I guess he got help from the bench saying check, but it might have been a little too late.
2-0 the count here on Mauer. And now it's ball 3 with big Miguel Sano waiting on deck. Bullseye, 3-1.
This could be a good pitch for Nunez to take off. He has 22 stolen bases this year on a 3-1 count, because Mauer doesn't go outside the strike zone to swing. And I don't know if they're going to throw it through when they have great speed at third base. I don't think they will. He doesn't run though.
All 4 of the bases are loaded.
Doesn't matter.
Well, he has set this inning up for Minnesota. And Miguel Sano, the batter, who reached on an error his first time up. But if Trevor can get a ball hit at somebody, he's a great candidate to hit into a double play. Banged into 5 so far this year.
Yeah, you trade it. A ground ball, 2 outs for a run right here in this situation.
Yeah, that's ball 1. Bauer working out of the stretch with the bases loaded, delivers, and it's fouled off to the right. Byron Buxton led off the inning with a walk. He's at third. Nunez at second. Mauer at first. And that's outside.
Now they're starting to fall behind hitters now. Much tougher way to pitch.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. One of the reasons Minnesota's that the numbers can be a little misleading with regards to the double plays is that they strike out a lot. Only 4 teams have struck out more than Minnesota this year. And right now, Bauer would love to get a punch out. And the 2-2. Strike 3 called. Got him looking at a breaking ball.
Got him with the slow hook. Really took something off of it, and picked a great time to get your first strikeout. Bases loaded, nobody out. Let's make this our Circle K strikeout. And let's check out the sequence. Here he misses with that cutter away. Fastball he fouls off. Change up away. Let's go with a cutter. 2-2. And a nice curveball right there that runs into the count. I don't know what he's complaining about. It was right down the middle. So the first out. Now get your ground ball, and it'll be a great way to get out of the inning.
Dozier looks at a ball low and away.
He had a pretty nice sequence to Dozier his first time up.
Fly ball. Deep center, deep enough to get the run home. Naquin makes the catch. Runners tag. Scoring is Buxton. Going to third is Nunez. Mauer holds it first. We're tied at 1. Now, one thing Dozier can do is he'll hit an elevated pitch.
Yeah, he had a sacrifice fly in his at-bat last night to drive in the Twins' first run in the first, homered in the 4th inning. He can hit a fly ball if needed, that's for sure.
Strike at the knees. Upstairs, 1-1. A lot of pitches for Bauer here in this inning. Walked the leadoff man Buxton, the number 9 hitter. And he walked Bauer after a single by Nunez. Came back to strike out Sano. Dozier a sac fly to center. Now a 1-1 pitch to Kepler. Breaking ball fouled off.
Yeah, you can see the work being done here in this 3rd inning. 23 to this point, and if he can get out of it, that you know, 25 pitches, but keep it a 1-run inning, that would be just fine.
Got him swinging at a breaking ball in the dirt. That'll end the inning. Bauer strikes out a pair. But the Twins come back and tie the game. We go to the fourth, and Jose Ramirez will be due up second. Fourth inning here at Target Field in Minnesota. Mike Napoli going to lead it off for Cleveland. Then Jose Ramirez and Lonnie Chisenhall. Napoli drew a walk in the first to load the bases. That led to the Indians' only run on a sac fly by Jose Ramirez. Outside corner, perfect pitch, 0-2. Upstairs, no chase. Trying to shoot it the other way. That's out of play, foul. We've seen Mike do that, just not a lot of it.
Well, you know, when he's going good and he's hitting, he's in streaks like he is, he seems to be changing when he gets the 2 strikes, maybe fouling it off, trying to do less instead of more, you know, as far as taking that full, big, healthy cut that he takes. And he really does it, I think, or concentrates to do it more when there's runners in scoring position.
See,
look, he's choking. Yeah, I mean, he's choking up enough to maybe have a little more bat control. There you go. He put it in play.
Nunez will throw him out. 1 down. As Jose Ramirez comes to the plate, let's take a look at our great clip of the game from last night. Jose had 2 big hits in the clutch with runners in scoring position, and that is what he does best.
That one went off the forearm of Santana into center field. Hit another ball on the nose tonight. His first at bat for a sac fly. Could have had a base hit and more.
4th best hitter in the American League in terms of average with runners in scoring position. He's also good with runners on base, and with 2 outs and they're in scoring position, even better. As you take a look at Arcia in the driver's seat numbers on his situational hitting and where he ranks in the American League.
That's pretty solid right there.
Ground ball. Mauer with the flip. 2 down.
Well, fans, you can enjoy Sugardale Dollar Dogs post-game fireworks. That'll take place on Friday, July 29th. The Tribe will host the Oakland A's coming to town, plus Budweiser cans are in the district for $2 between 5 and 7, and 10,000 fans are going to get an ugly Christmas t-shirt. Just go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Lonnie Chisenhall ropes one foul. Wow, was he out in front of that?
Little changeup from Duffy.
During the All-Star break, Lonnie and his teammate Jason Kipnis got out on a boat, a little deep sea fishing off the coast of North Carolina. Tyler Duffy breezes through the 4th inning. The Indians go 1-2-3, and we stay tied at 1. Torrey Hunter was inducted into the Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame in a pregame ceremony tonight here at Target Field. He was a fixture on the Twins teams in the turn of the century under Ron Gardenhire, as Minnesota kind of pushed the Indians off the top spot in the division, and they took over for a while there. Their problem was they couldn't get past the Yankees.
That's
Seemed like
true.
they ran into them every year in the postseason.
So true.
But Torrey Hunter, a big part of that turnaround for this organization.
Well, remember how they played last year, Matt, and he came over from Detroit and it was going to be his last year. It really helped turn this team around. I think it helped Paul Molitor with this team to have a veteran player like him. And the first time we faced him this year, what did we say? I think they missed Torrey Hunter.
Yeah, his presence and leadership last year was unmistakable, undeniable, because he could still play. It wasn't like he was just a figurehead.
Right.
He was still able to go out and contribute.
He was easing the younger players into it, and he was a guy that, you know, I mean, just that leadership he brought to the ball club.
Kenny Vargas is 2 for 2. Leads off the inning with a base hit. And we'll go down to Andre.
Well, I ran into Torrey Hunter tonight before he went into the Twins Hall of Fame, and he says he has the MLB package. He says he's still trying to figure out this whole retirement thing. He says after playing for 19 years, he doesn't know exactly what to do with himself, but he says he watches a lot of Indians games, watches a lot of the AL Central. He says he's impressed with what the Indians have done so far. He says at some point in time he'll figure it out, but right now he says he's just going to go watch his boys play baseball and play football at this point in time.
Yeah, he's going to get an itch in about another less than a year. He'll want to get moving again, because you don't play 19 years and you're on the move for 7-8 months at a time and all of a sudden sit still. You just don't do it, and he's too valuable.
I understand, as that ball's drilled deep left center, and Ramirez will play it off the wall. In the third is Vargas. In the second is Rosario, and Minnesota continues to put the pressure on Bauer. Second and third, nobody out, after he just got out of a bases loaded no out jam, allowing 1 run in the 3rd inning.
Well, there's one right down the middle, And I'll tell you, Rosario had one up in the strike zone. He went to right field, flew out deep to right field last at bat. This one short hops the wall out in left. So they're in good shape again to take the lead in this inning. Second and third, nobody out, and Bauer's making some mistakes on the plate.
Juan Centeno will be the batter. He grounded out his only time up. Indians bring the infield in. They're looking to cut down Vargas at home if he goes, and he's not fleet of foot. Pulls it foul.
Well, they'll make it go through, you know, on the infield. He's not going anywhere. He certainly will not be running on contact. He's looking for a ball in the air, and still he's going to have to hit it pretty deep if you want to score Vargas.
Swung out and missed. It's 0-2. Strikes out.
Well, there you go. He gets the first one on that curveball after he followed up the changeup. The aggressiveness. This is why Minnesota not a good hitting team with runners in scoring position. It shows you right here. Bauer gets his third strikeout. Here's a pitch that's not even close. It looks like it bounced on the plate. He ends up swinging at the pitch, couldn't hold it up. So Bauer gets the first out. And it's his third strikeout.
And now he's got the number 9 hitter Byron Buxton, who he walked to start the third inning, and that proved costly as he came around to score the only run for Minnesota tonight. Now the Indians have to bring the infield in legitimately because, hey, you got Buxton, who has good speed, and the Twins. I still don't think they'd run a contact play here because Vargas is just.
No, he won't. They won't run contact here. Now, one thing you can watch out for here with one out is a bunt. Squeeze play.
That's why I was saying that one of the reasons they've got to bring that infield in a little more because of his speed. Swings through it. Out of piece. Centeno, or rather Buxton, took a look down at third base coach Gene Glynn. He's swinging, driving it down the right field line over into foul territory. Lonnie went into a dive. It's foul. Then he disappeared. I just hope he's okay.
Yeah, we can't see him. We don't know.
And you just run out of room so fast down there. It's hard to go full speed and then just stop. Oh man, when he hit that wall, it did not look good.
You can't do it on your feet. You've got to do it when you're sliding. Now it's going to kill it, but you see he went late. That front leg almost, it didn't get it out in front of him.
Well, even Bauer's like, oh man, that didn't look good.
It did not look good.
Buxton broke his bat and he went for a new piece of lumber. So 1-2 to count with runners at second and third and one out here in inning number 4. And he tried to get him to chase that same curveball that Centeno went after, but Buxton holds out, and it's 2-2. And that curveball, he got a piece of it.
Yeah, he left that one upstairs a little bit. I think he wanted to throw that one for a strike more so to get the chase.
I think
not
he was
go
looking
to 3-2.
I think he was looking to freeze him, and maybe he wouldn't swing at it when he struck out Sano with a similar pitch back in the 3rd inning. And that fastball hit to Kipnis. He's coming home with the throw. Jimenez with the tag. Out at the plate. Vargas erased, and there are 2 down.
Nice tag by Jimenez. He had to really reach back, and there you go. We talked about the speed on 3rd base. This is a ground ball, and they were playing sort of midway on the infield, and Kipnis says, okay, I'm still going to go home. The throw was to the first base side of the plate. Jimenez made a nice move and a tag to come back and get him. There it is. He never tags the plate.
No, he sure didn't.
He never tagged the plate, but they get the lead runner out in that situation, so now Bauer a chance to escape. It's a good play and a good tag.
And with 2 down, Eduardo Nunez, the batter. Are you surprised even with 1 out they went contact with Vargas?
Well,
is that a read play? If you think you can go, you go?
Yeah, that wasn't directly at him. He had to go a little bit to his right. Paul Molitor aggressive. He's got, you know what, when you don't score and you're at the bottom part of your lineup, you got to try things sometimes. And I'm sure he's just saying, let's go. We got to try and take the lead. It's early enough. You got to make a good throw to get him, and he did.
Eduardo Nunez singled his last time up. Runner goes at first. Jimenez no throw, nobody covered. Buxton with his 7th steal.
Well, they know they're not going to throw it through there, and that's exactly the trade-off. You know, nobody even moves, so it's just the fake throw, but it doesn't matter because they're not going anywhere.
But Nunez did take a strike. 1 for 6 so far in the series. Shoots at the first. It stays fair, and Santana will take it himself. And a phenomenal job to get out of some serious hot water in the 4th. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. By your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. And by the Cleveland Clinic. Access anytime, anywhere. One our score. Thanks to some really gutsy pitching by Trevor Bauer. Now Juan Uribe shoots one through the left side of the infield, and the Indians have their leadoff man aboard for the 2nd time in 5 innings.
Yeah. Juan says, I'm not going to spot him that breaking ball for strike 1. I'm going to get after it, and he found the hole. It's only the 3rd hit for the Indians, all singles. The Indians last night with 8 hits. 7 of them were singles, and then the solo home run by Napoli.
Pitch outside. Ball 1 to Tyler Naquin. He was robbed of a hit his first time up on a fine play by the third baseman, Miguel Sano. Naquin lines it to right. That'll get down for a base hit. Uribe stops at second. 2 on, nobody out. Sometimes it helps to not hit it on the barrel.
Sure it does.
Get it off the end, and it gets the ball in front of that right fielder.
Ended up hooking that pitch, you know, and it did look like it went off the end of the bat. Might have been a little changeup away. But he gets the base hit, gets it in front of Kepler, so first and second. Now it's the Indians' turn to get some runners on base and see what Duffy can do.
Jimenez trying to bunt one, but it's foul.
He'll get another chance, I'm sure, to try and move the runners. That one was a breaking ball away, and he adjusted his bat angle and ended up really hooking it foul. The breaking ball is about an easier pitch to bunt because it's an easier pitch to dead.
Up and away.
There's the high fastball. That's the tougher pitch to get on and lay down for a bunt. That's why you have to make sure when you get turn around and square and get your bat out front, you do not go any higher with that. You should look down from where the top of that bat is. Just like that. Well done.
That's going to stay fair, and he almost beat it out.
He wanted it. I'll tell you what, that was really a good bunt. He almost had a bonus. Look at him laughing at the umpire at first. You know, when you only run as fast as Chris does, you want every break, and that's a bang bang play at first for him, and he's out. But the sacrifice is done. Job well done.
He sets up Carlos Santana with second and third and 1 out. Carlos singled and scored in the first. Grounded out in the third. Twins play their corner infielders even with the bags. Middle infielders deep, regular setup. Uribe at third, by no means is he a burner. But right now Santana is at the very least trying to get a pitch to the outfield. He's put himself in the hole 0-2. 9 out of 13 is not too doggone bad. Get that runner home from third. You'd like to do it every time, but that's not possible.
No one's perfect in this game. I mean, a ground ball up the middle will get it done.
Yep. Time called.
First and third, no way, because it's Uribe that's running.
Bounced in front of the plate, and a good job to smother it by Centeno.
Did a nice job, is right, to keep it in front. And I'll tell you, Uribe saw that ball was going into the dirt, and he just let it hit his chest protector and kept it right there.
It bounces away, but Uribe stays at third. Centennial catches a break there.
Yeah, I think he pushed it out of his glove. He was looking down, and then all of a sudden that thing came up, almost like he took his eye off of it. It bounced out of his glove. But
you know how that is sometimes when the ball goes above your head, you're not really watching it in.
Yeah.
And with that catcher's mitt,
that's true.
Tricky.
If it doesn't go right into the pocket.
Now the 2-2 to Santana. Popped him up. Foul out of play. We'll do it again. So far, Tyler Duffy, who brought an ERA of over 5 into this game, has handcuffed this Indians lineup. Hard hit ball, fair down the right field line. Uribe scores the go-ahead run. Naquin on his heels scores another, and Santana slides in safely at second as the ball got away from Nunez. So Santana delivers with a 2-run double to make it a 3-1 Indians lead.
And a nice job of getting him on, getting him over, and getting him in. That's nice hitting by Santana. He was down 0-2. Let's make this our Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Santana got a breaking ball and hits it past Mauer at first base. It'll be a double for Carlos, his 19th double. Give him 2 more ribbies. He's got 50 and 51 now. And the Indians retake the lead here in the 5th, so a big turnaround. Where the Twins had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out couldn't score. Back come the Indians. They execute. They got 2 on the board, and they're not done yet.
Now here's Jason Kipnis. He's already been on twice tonight with a walk and a single. Taking a strike.
First extra base hit for the Indians.
You know, Mike Napoli says, look, I get it. Everyone wants to talk about our pitching staff. We have a great pitching staff. But he said, you know what? This offense is pretty good. We've been holding our own. We're starting to mesh together pretty well here.
Yeah, you know what, though? That's okay. I want that offense to fly under the radar. You know, because people start talking about it, you make people aware about it, and then they really start. Yeah, Kipnis knew it. That was a perfect pitch.
Duffy gets his first strikeout of the night.
You know, watch Carlos hit that breaking ball down and gets it right under the glove of a diving Mauer. He's going to hustle his way into second. They had a chance on the throw, but that hop, an in-between hop, tough hop for the infielder.
And now Francisco Lindor, who is 0 for 2. Isn't that something, though, how funny this game can be? You know, last night Yan Gomes hits a line drive and Joe Mauer makes a leaping swan dive catch at first. This time he dives and he's just an inch or 2 shy of getting it.
Yes, indeed.
Lindor looked like he was trying to hit that ball out of the stadium. And it's 0-2. You don't see him normally turn it loose quite like this.
No, he got a fastball right there. Big swing. Head came off.
Remember last night, Rick, we saw him take a pitch. I think it was a breaking ball or a changeup. It was low and away. He stayed back and just flicked it over the shortstop's head in the left field.
Well, let's see if he brings that approach here now with 2 outs. I mean, and 2 strikes. Got that runner in scoring position. It's the time you want to put the ball in play.
A little low. 2-2.
Yeah, he's trying to get him to expand his zone.
I'm looking. Inning over, but the Indians string together 3 hits and score twice to take a 3-1 lead. Now 3-1, bottom of the 5th. Trevor Bauer will go to work against the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Minnesota lineup. Trevor yet to have a 1-2-3 inning, and he's had to work out of serious trouble in each of the last 2 innings.
Yes, he has. And both times the leadoff man able to start the inning off. He's been working out of the stretch. He could use a nice quick 1-2-3 inning, if there is such a thing.
2-0. And a strike call with a fastball to the outside corner. Hit a ton. Deep left center. Ramirez to the warning track and makes the catch right in front of the wall for out number 1.
Boy, that ball again. He elevated it, and Bauer got a really good piece of it. But it is run down by Ramirez at the track. It's ballpark. Look at a fastball, belt high out over the plate, easy for him to go. And there goes Ramirez to get on his horse and make a fine running catch for the first out. So you keep the leadoff man aboard.
One away for Miguel Sano. He's 0 for 2, and he takes a curveball for strike 1. The last time he was up, he took a curveball for strike 3. Couldn't hold up, so back-to-back breaking balls, and it's 0-2. He wouldn't do it 3 times in a row, would he?
Why wouldn't you? Until you make an adjustment.
Here we go. Yes, indeed. Make it 4 in a row if you go back to the previous at bat.
You know what? Make him make an adjustment if he doesn't want to sit back and just keep right on doing it. Let's check out our AT&T high-speed replay, where here again the Twins are going to set up the inning at second and third, and nobody out. He gets the strikeout, the ground out to third. Kipnis will come home with the ball. They get the runner, and then he's going to get a ground ball to first base to get out of that inning. Yeah, very good. That's our AT&T high-speed replay. a big turnaround that was. They went from not getting anything onto the board where the Indians put 2 on in the top half of the 5th. And he has a chance to come right back and respond and put up a 0 in a response inning. And he's been great at doing it this year. Just 1 run allowed in his 13 innings of opportunities of throwing out that shutdown inning.
Breaking ball and a bit inside. High pop. Shallow center. Naquin says, I've got it. And there's your quick 1, 2, 3 inning for Trevor Bauer and the Tribe. Through 5, they lead it 3-1.
Access to Tribe Rewards, and today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Sandy, as in Alomar. Visit Indians.com season tickets for complete details.
Here's Mike Napoli leading off the 6th for Cleveland, and it's a breaking ball outside, 1-0. Tyler Duffy has thrown 52 out of his 77, make that 78 pitches for strikes, so almost 70% strikes for the right-hander. Misfiring on the first 2 to fall behind. The count on Napoli. Got a note here from Denise Ferguson, who traveled here to Minneapolis to watch the Indians play the Twins this weekend. She met her brother Bill, who lives up in your neck of the woods in Overgard, Arizona. They traveled here to meet to celebrate his 65th birthday.
Very nice. Happy birthday.
The White Mountain area
White
in
Mountains.
Arizona.
That's down near you guys in Goodyear, the White Tank Mountains.
Nice little card she
Nice
sent us
card,
from Sedona. To the backstop it goes, and down to second goes Napoli. So a runner immediately in the scoring position now for Jose Ramirez. There's Andre.
You know, Napoli's in a good place right now. Over his last 8 contests, he has 4 multi-hit games, hitting 480 in that stretch. He told me he's been taking care of his legs, and he appreciates Tito giving him the DH spots. He says that earlier in his career, he didn't really take advantage of the times like that, but he sees how it's helping him right now, and he likes where he's at when he's at the plate right now because his legs are strong right now.
That's a good point. That's why Tito continues, you know, for the second half, he wants to protect Napoli the way he's swinging the bat. The legs are so important when it comes to that.
Breaking ball drops in for a strike. Jose Ramirez sporting a new do when he showed up for first game of the post All-Star break portion of the schedule.
He's looking mighty fine last night too, by the way.
He was asked after the ball game to describe his new locks. He used one word: orange. Terry Francona. Tito said he looked like he went through a car wash in a convertible. 2-1 chop to second. Dozier will throw it off, but Ramirez does his job.
Yeah.
He gets Napoli to third.
The job is get him over and give the next guy an opportunity, and Chisenhall has that opportunity.
In-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. It was a Jose Ramirez sac fly in the first that got the Indians on the board. Twins tied it with a sac fly of their own in the third. Stayed that way until the fifth, when Carlos Santana shot one by Joe Mauer to score a pair. Now the Tribe tries to add to their lead. Lonnie Chisenhall sends a high pop-up on the infield. Shallow center.
Not going to get it down.
Buxton making the catch, and Napoli can't try to score. 2 away. And that's going to leave it up to Juan Uribe, who had a base hit to left his last time up. The other thing too here with Napoli, he's a very aggressive base runner, so he'll be looking for a ball in the dirt, maybe one that skips by the catcher, especially now with 2 outs. That one almost got
away.
away.
A fastball, because you know Uribe in his last at bat, who led off that inning, last inning, hit the slider first pitch or the breaking ball. He got the base hit, so he tried to throw that one by him, and he almost did.
And he misses outside. 2-0. Minnesota getting a right-hander up in the bullpen. And Uribe shoots it in the hole. Backhanded stop by Nunez. The long throw is in time. That was an incredible play by Minnesota's all-star shortstop. And that ends the inning and keeps it a 3-1 game. said, there are some strong storms headed this way later tonight. Should not affect the ball game, however. Bottom of the 6th, Max Kepler to lead off. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Trevor Bauer misses up and away. Curveball in for a strike. Pulls it up the first base line. It goes foul in front of the bag.
Boy, that's when you want to stay fair. Just an easy out if it stays fair.
Popped him up, but that's going to get out of play. And the 2-2 curveball's pulled foul. Kansas City putting it to Detroit 8-3 in the 6th inning in the Motor City. White Sox Angels scoreless, just underway in Anaheim. Oakland beat Toronto for the 2nd day in a row. Popped them up on the infield here. Santana takes
Bauer,
it.
get out of the way. Let him take it.
1 down. Let's go down to Andre and find out what Trevor Bauer did during the All-Star break.
You know, with Trevor Bauer is always that common ground of trying to find the perfect place for him when he has time off. He's a competitive guy that likes to throw a lot. Didn't throw. The team told him to stay away from throwing, so he went to the Disturbed concert on Wednesday at the Blossom back at home, met the lead singer for about an hour, hung out with those guys, said it was the right thing for him to do. It relaxed him during the All-Star break to go to a concert.
Good. They finally found something that he could relax with, huh?
Well, everybody's got to find their way to unwind. I mean, it's only 4 days. It's not like they're going on vacation for a week. It's only, but you know, for those of us who are used to being in this everyday sort of baseball rhythm,
their program.
4 days is a long time off.
Well, of course, 1 day's a long time off when you can get them.
Bauer has his 5th strikeout of the night, and there are 2 down.
Well, Trevor, I figure that curveball would be a big pitch for him. You know, and he's used the changeup as well as that fastball. When he's located it down, he's made some mistakes with his fastball up. But that curveball has been reliable. He's gotten some strikeouts with it. 5 strikeouts. He has 2 walks today, giving up 4 hits and only the 1 run. And he had to pitch his way out of 2 innings to allow just that 1 run.
Brian Dozier complained after the game last night that he felt the Twins were guilty of chasing too many of Carlos Carrasco's changeups that were out of the strike zone. Tonight it looks like they're chasing a lot of those curveballs that are not strikes.
You see, when they get to 2 strikes, they chase them. But you know, you can't throw that good one there. You throw the get me over curveball earlier in the count. Because if they have that in the back of their mind, they're not going to swing. There's a change up right there. But that's a 2-0 count. So he's looking fastball.
Yeah. And it looks like a fastball.
Yeah, and Rosario has hit 2 balls right on the nose. 1 high fastball he got to right field that Chisenhall caught, but the left, his last at bat, the double off the left field wall, short hopped it.
Missed with the curveball that time, 3-1.
Okay, come back with another changeup here, 3-1. Here it comes.
Same result.
Yeah.
Full count.
You're in a dead red situation for the young hitters, and they're looking fastball, and that changeup looks so much like the fastball. They try to get the barrel head of the bat out and hit it a mile.
See if he stays right with it.
He did.
Punched it to left, and it's going to drop for a base hit.
But he didn't try to hit that ball out of the ballpark, so he made an adjustment with 2 strikes.
And that's okay. Make them hit their way on, and he did.
KeyBank Kids tickets are just $15 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. Tickets are located in the family deck at Progressive Field, home to the expanded Kids Clubhouse. And get your kid tickets only at Indians.com.
Juan Centeno 0 for 2. Grounded out, struck out tonight. And a fastball over the outside corner for strike 1. Some stirring in the Cleveland bullpen, but no action at this point. Bauer closing in on 100 pitches for the night. Missed inside. Line drive, base hit, left field, look out. Ramirez gonna have to hustle. Flying around third, Rosario's gonna score, and it's a 1-run game. Back-to-back 2-out hits for the Twins here in the 6th. And the Indians lead is 3-2.
Well, Centeno did a nice job of just taking that ball the other way and hit it, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. And the way Rosario runs, he was going to score anyway. 2 outs, you're off at the crack of the bat. No way that Ramirez could get to that ball in time, so they make it a 3-2 ball game. The tying run is out in scoring position, and they're still just 2 outs. So back-to-back hits get them within 1 here.
Mickey Callaway goes to the mound to stall. They got the bullpen up. I believe it's Jeff Manship who's getting loose. We're in the 6th. And the number 9 hitter coming to the plate, Byron Buxton.
Send along congratulations to Bill and Carol Hawk, 50th anniversary from East Lake, Ohio. Congratulations.
At the knees, a fastball for strike 1. Curveball to beauty. And he quickly gets ahead of Buxton, 0-2. Indians hold a 1-run lead, but that tying run for Minnesota is in scoring position with 2 gone in the 6th. Now the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out to end the inning. A half-dozen Ks for Trevor Bauer. Cleveland leads it 3-2. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by Ford, built Ford tough. By the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud partner of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. And by Adventure Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Up to 25% off on 2016's Save Now. (3-2), Cleveland leads it. 7th inning. And Tyler Naquin is going to lead off for the Indians. Naquin singled and scored in the 5th. Foul right back.
Well, Duffy has been pretty much a 6th inning pitcher for him. His last 2 starts 6. He did go 8 against the Yankees at 3 starts, but you got to go back until the 15th of May against Cleveland, the last time he went 7 innings in a game.
Breaking ball over the outside corner.
They do have their bullpen up and ready.
Naquin tries to golf one to center, and he might have gotten it over the head. He did. Buxton broke in on the ball, misplayed it, and Naquin will stop at second base with a leadoff double.
You know, I really think that fooled Buxton out in center field, because that pitch was so low that he didn't think he was going to hit it and have the carry on it. He picked it up, and when you see a swing like this, you don't expect him. It's a one-handed swing to drive the ball. So he was breaking in, and that ball gets over his head, and that's more than one time I have seen a swing like that from Naquin that fooled an outfielder.
You got to believe that's because even though it's a one-handed swing, he got it squarely on the barrel.
Boy, he sure did. And I mean, he came in like he had to run in to catch that ball. So you get your leadoff double and a chance. You're looking. Watch how this ball, he golfs it. Now watch Buxton come in and say, uh-oh, I got fooled. He after he took his first 2 steps in, he realized that ball was staying up and going to get over his head. That's the 8th double for Naquin. There you go. Bunt strikes. He had the sacrifice in his last at bat that was successful. So he's trying to move him over again for Santana.
Yeah, he came within a whisker of having a base hit.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the left-hander with Santana move him to the right side of the plate if he could get this get the job done.
And he bunts it foul, and he's upset with himself.
Yes, he is. Instead of, he tried to be a little too perfect there instead of just putting it down. We'll see. You know what? But with Chris up there, maybe they will make him or let him try to do it again. Because I think he's going to get a breaking ball here to try, if he's not bunting, to try and get him to pull a ball where Naquin can't go to third instead of letting him shoot it the other way.
And the 1-2. He hits it right at Sano. Looks him back, throws him out, 1 down. And we'll see if Santana can deliver. And here comes Paul Molitor. He will make the change and go to the left-hander Rogers in the bullpen.
Yeah, I figured he'd get Duffy out of there.
Duffy goes 6 in the 3rd, allowing 3 runs, responsible for the runner at second base. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made by Paul Molitor as he goes for left-hander Taylor Rogers with 1 out here in the 7th, and we'll be right back. Well, Tyler Duffy out of the ball game. He's on the hook for a loss, even though he's only allowed 3 runs tonight. T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. Steven, they pronounce it Strasburg. 13-0 with an ERA of just over 2.5. And he's the first to start that way since his current teammate Max Scherzer did it with the Tigers. And the only other National League pitcher to do it in over 100 years was Rube Marquard of the Giants in 1912. That's unbelievable. What a start. Taylor Rogers turns Santana around to the right side of the plate. Carlos only a dozen RBIs from this side of the dish compared to 39 from the other side.
Yeah, they're going to make him. That's why I figured he'd switch him and go to that left-hander that he had warming up. And Rogers pitched an inning in last night's game. It was a quick one.
Shoots it into right field, a base hit. Naquin, though, was breaking back towards second, so he can't score. He does advance to third with 1 out. Indians at the corners.
Santana, his 3rd hit, he went inside out, and I don't know, is there something wrong with him here? With his knee. Look at the calf. Watch, he's holding his calf. Let's watch the swing. He swung at it and he broke out of the box, and he's not running well at all.
Well, you have to hope that's maybe just some sort of a cramp, because it looks like he's feeling it right away.
Yeah. I don't know if he felt it in the swing or not, and it's right in the back, it looks like, of the right leg. He's walking around. Well, he gets the job done, gets him over to third base. Or excuse me, it's the left leg. Look at him lift that toe up. Maybe it is a cramp. That is a cramp if he's doing that. And he's just telling him, all right, don't do too much to, you know, hurt yourself.
Yeah, he felt it right away as he came out of the box.
Well, it looks like if he's grabbing that toe that it would be a cramp. So it's 1st and 3rd now. Santana, his 3rd hit.
Jason Kipnis is 1 for 2 on the night. And a breaking ball is outside. Indians lead it by a run. This is big opportunity to add to the lead. Get that 2-run cushion back at the very least. Maybe have a big inning and open it up here. Naquin at third. Santana, though, we don't know how well Santana can run. He's at first. And Jason takes it. It's 2-1. Drive, base hit into center field. Kipnis drives home Naquin. 4-2 Indians. Kip with his 50th run batted in on the year. So both Santana and Kipnis go over the 50 RBI mark here tonight.
Well, I like it. He took a 2-0 heater, and there he's sitting. He's dead locked into that one there. That was a really nice swing by Jason. Line drive, gets it over the glove of Nunez. Gets it into left center field. So back come the Indians. They get that run back and a chance to add on more. 3 hits in the inning. That run will be charged to Duffy.
Now Lindor taking a strike. Francisco hitless on the night, 0 for 3. Popped him up. Is it playable? It looks like it is. And Sano calls for it. Drops the ball.
Boy.
Holy Mackerel.
Took his eye off it.
Another error by this error-prone Minnesota defense.
Took his eye off it. If you watch, I think his hands were above his head, and he put his head down and didn't really see it go into the glove, and I think it hit the heel of the glove. And that's an error, and boy, it stays alive. That's a free at-bat now for Lindor. Watch it above his head. He stopped, and he ended up, he didn't really see the ball go into his glove.
We just talked about when that ball's above your head, sometimes
you take your eye off of it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did.
How about that? In the dirt. Talked about it last night. Minnesota's defense made an American League worst 63, now 64 errors committed.
Yeah, that's normally not them.
And Sano has been responsible for the last two. One in each of the first two games of the series now. Now the 1-2 offering.
See Frankie trying to stay on that ball as long as possible, and he's lining that fastball into the seats and down the right field line just to avoid getting out in front of that breaking ball.
Now he got him to expand his strike zone there, and that's out number 2.
Don't know if this was in the strike zone. This is the pitch I thought he was. Yeah, he goes out and swings at a ball. Got himself out there. Had new life. Couldn't take advantage of it.
Mike Napoli has walked twice and grounded out. These are moments, though, when he seems to really elevate his game. You get guys on base. He bats .280. In scoring position, .275. There's a shot just beyond the dugout, and that ricocheted through the crowd. Holy mackerel. That might not be good. Napoli took his helmet off. Oh, boy. That got into the crowd, I mean, in an instant. And a lot of concern down there beyond the Indians' dugout.
Well, I mean, when you can't get out of the way of that when you're sitting in the seats and that the balls go into the seats that hard. It's just really difficult. I certainly hope everything and everybody's going to be all right.
Oh, man. The umpire, Chris Guccione, is going to walk down the third baseline. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, was right where that happened. It's a very young aged fan that looks like was in the way of that foul ball, and everybody just feels sick to their stomach right now, including that guy, Mike Napoli. So they're trying to get emergency medical personnel to the young fan. And that's kind of what the delay is all about, waiting to get folks over there.
Well, they're finally arriving right now, coming from both sides of the field.
You know, the irony to this scenario is that just this year, Major League Baseball implemented more security measures where they've got more screening be over top of the dugout. but this particular fan happened to be just beyond the edge of the Indians dugout. And if you're sitting in those seats, there's just, if that ball's coming at you, it's tough to get out of the, even if you're paying attention.
Right. Matt, that ball was, that was a shot. And you know what? It ricocheted, and after it hit in there and it bounced up, and you know, it went 25 rows past.
Now the young fan is up on his feet. That's a great sign.
Well, it seems like everything's going to be okay. You hear the applause, which is nice.
They were carrying him away. He said, "Wait with my hat." They gave him his hat. And
he'll get a few more hats.
That's a great sign. Woo. All right. Now the young boy being carried away by Twins medical personnel, and they'll obviously go and evaluate him. And
looks to be okay.
And so with 2 on and 2 out, the at bat will continue for Mike Napoli, though. Man, I can't imagine trying to stand back in there. Can't be easy. One and 2. To the backstop, and the runners both advance.
It got by him twice in the same pitch. One going back to the backstop, and he was coming off as it ricocheted back past him, and he was diving for it and got past him again. Now that is a legitimate wild pitch there. Both runners will move up. And second and third now. And a 2-2 count.
Wild pitch 2 times.
Yeah, right. That's doubly wild.
Napoli skies one into center. Buxton makes the catch. Indians get a run. Stretch time in Minnesota. 4-2 Cleveland. Bottom of the 7th inning. Top of the order for Minnesota, and Trevor Bauer back out here, over 100 pitches on the night. Big curveball, strike one to Eduardo Nunez. And a fastball fouled back. This has not been an easy game for Trevor Bauer. Though he's only allowed 2 runs, he's only retired the side in order once tonight. So he's had to work out of trouble quite a bit. And
Actually,
in particular, he had bases loaded, nobody out in the 3rd, only allowed a run. The first 2 reached in the 4th inning and did not allow a run there.
It's been the bottom part of the lineup that has hurt Trevor tonight, really. They're the ones that have set the table and have done all the action.
2-strike pitch in the dirt. Nunez, Mauer, Sano for Minnesota here in the 7th. And nice job of just staying alive by Nunez there.
Well, those are pitches when you're a 300 hitter that you happen to foul off. Tough pitches you can't do anything with, but you foul them off to live for another pitch.
And he got a piece again.
Well, you can see he's had the 3rd, a 24 pitch inning, the 6th, a 22 pitch inning. He's at the 7th now and the first hitter, and he's at 110 pitches.
And he shoots it to Santana, who can't smother it. And you got a leadoff single by Nunez.
Well, Santana had a chance. Backhand side. Almost looks like he overdove on that ball where, you know, I don't know. It looked like a backhanded play, but he was committed to leave his feet. Goes as a base hit. So the leadoff man aboard again here in the 7th.
Joe Mauer is 0 for 2 on the night. That's low, ball 1. Jeff Manship was up in the bullpen last inning. He's up again here in the 7th. Fastball right down the middle of the plate for a strike. Bauer 2 pitches shy of a season high. He threw 115 pitches against the White Sox back on June the 17th. Low 2-1. And the 2-1. Missed 3 balls and a strike.
This is the guy, when you get into 3-1, he's been throwing a lot of changeups. He's tough to throw a changeup to because he waits back on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's going to try and drive you anyway to left center field.
Well, he walked him. And the first 2 have reached here in the 7th. And Bauer's night is over. So Terry Francona tried to push Bauer here into the 7th inning, but it does not work out well. The tying runs are aboard for Minnesota, and Jeff Manship will be coming out of the bullpen when we return.
July 27th to host Bryce Harper and the NL East leading Washington Nationals. 10,000 fans will receive an Indians Tumbler Cup courtesy of University Hospitals. Go to Indians.com and get your tickets. They're in for a 2-game series. That is it.
And the Nationals laying waste to the Pirates tonight. Washington is en route to their 5th consecutive win. They began with a 6-game lead in the East over Miami and the Mets. Jeff Manship on for the 32nd time this year, and he comes into a tough spot. Rather than start the inning clean, he comes in with 2 on and nobody out, and he's got the big boys, Miguel Sano, Brian Dozier, and then Max Kepler. Did he go?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Strike 1.
Just the aggressiveness right there. I mean, the first pitch, you can see how he wanted to try and go out there and get that slider. It was nowhere close, but he went.
Blowing away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Both bullpens are packed with action. Cleveland Penn has 2 relievers up, so does Minnesota's. Right now it's on Manship, the 1-1 pitch.
Yes.
Did he go again?
Yes,
he did. Home plate umpire Chris Guccione raising the right hand, and it's 1-2. Sano hasn't seen a strike, but he has swung at 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 out of the zone. The sliders, he's in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And as you said, he hasn't really seen a strike yet.
Fastball. Santana can't come up with it. And a run is going to score as Nunez comes home. And the Twins have 2 on, still nobody out. And it's a 1-run game.
You know, I'm not so sure.
That'll be an error on Santana.
He might have been blocked out too. I don't know if he got a good look at the ball with Mauer in his way. Watch. Mauer, well, no. I'm sorry, he broke back. He should have had that ball. He didn't catch it. Goes off his glove. That'll be an error's right. That one, he stayed back there. He was sort of flat-footed defensively. So they get one run closer. They have first and second. There's still nobody out.
Brian Dozier 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, picking up an RBI in the third inning. He's driven in 3 of Minnesota's 5 runs so far in the series. And it's 0-2.
Well, Minnesota has certainly had opportunities tonight. They haven't been able to capitalize. They do right here on an Indians error. Now we'll see if the pitching can really get them out of this inning or minimize the damage and get that first out in the inning.
And a slow chopper up the middle. The Twins will tie the game.
That was like about a 10 hopper that gets through the infield easily. They were playing in the Dozier over there to pull. This was just, it's not hit hard. It's a little slider away, and you can see it gets out in the dirt. 2, 3, 4 hopper that gets by Lindor. And Manship's day is going to be over. He comes in to face 2 hitters. The error hurt. Now the base hit really hurts, and it's a tie ball game, and they still have first and second and nobody out.
Timeout in Minnesota. Tie game. New pitcher next. Hanlon, our PGA Pro, sets up to be a terrific final round of the British Open with the leader Henrik Stenson, and you got lefty Phil Mickelson right on his tail. So tune in for all the post-open chat with Jimmy tomorrow night on Fox Sports Ohio. Well, Dan Otero's coming into a tough spot. 2 on, still nobody out, and it's a tie ball game now. And this is just unraveled in a hurry. Indians were up 4-2, start the inning. Trevor Bauer, over 100 pitches, came back out. Gave up an infield single to Eduardo Nunez. Mauer walked. Manship came on. Santana charged with an error on a ground ball that cuffed him at first. A run scored. Then Dozier hits a 15 hopper through the middle of the diamond. That ties the game. Bauer with a no decision. And now Minnesota threatening to take the lead. Max Kepler 0 for 3. Not showing bunt now. Takes a strike.
Well, the first pitch they had him squaring around like he was going to bunt. That pitch they didn't.
Now he squares, bunts it in the air, foul.
Yeah, for me, with a lot of the young hitters nowadays, and a lot of these kids that when they're coming up to the major leagues, they're hitting in the middle part of the lineup down in AAA, and they don't bunt down there in that situation. But you get up to the big leagues, and they're not 3, 4, or 5 hitters at the major league level. They're bottom of the order hitters. Boy, you better know how to handle a bunt, especially in games like this, to get them down. How many times, time and time again. I mean, with the Indians, with every team, we see. When you see a successful sacrifice, you go, holy smokes. It sort of surprises you.
Fouled right back. Boy, he had a good cut, too.
He had too good of a pitch to hit there with 2 strikes. I go back to the sequence when Sano was hitting. If you remember how in that at-bat, look at that's right down the middle. With Sano hitting, he swung at 2 breaking balls, not even in the strike zone. He ends up getting a high fastball to that ball. That's where Santana made the error. I can't believe it.
Just
Slow
get
chopper.
one. The flip, they barely get the out at first, but there is one gone. Now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away from Minnesota. Kenny Vargas will be the hitter. And Mickey Callaway's coming out to talk about what they want to do. After Vargas, it's just back-to-back left-handed hitters, and the Indians have no left-handers in their bullpen.
Well, yeah, you know you're not going to pinch hit if you load your lineup up with left-handers against the Indians, because there is not one coming out of the bullpen. Otero, a sinker ball pitcher, a ground ball pitcher. He did get his ground ball, but it wasn't hit hard enough for Kepler to even think about turning the double play, and the runners move up, so they're at second and third. Indians infield will come in. And they're going to play about even with the bag, just a couple of feet back off the dirt.
Foul back. Now the 0-1. And a foul back. Nothing in 2 the count. Up and away. Indians have that infield halfway in. Sano at third, not fleet of foot. And that just missed.
Tried to throw a dart on the inside part of the plate and lock him up. It just was in off the plate. Not a bad pitch right there. You have a 1-2 count. You're going to go in there and try and make a perfect pitch. He didn't offer at it. It was just a little off the dish.
But now the count back to even at 2-2. Swung out and missed. He chased one in the dirt for out number 2.
That's a big changeup and a nice pitch there by Danny Otero. Down out of the zone, and how many times have we seen a Twins hitter swing at a changeup down there with runners in scoring position tonight? Matt, we talked early in the game about the Twins and their offense and how they have a tough time and they leave runners on base. You're finding out the reason why. They chase a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. And you said they strike out a lot.
Yeah, only 4 teams have fanned more.
That, to me, that's young hitters. That's youth.
Sure.
That's the youth of hitters.
Aggressive.
They want to drive them in so badly they don't remain patient against a pitcher that's not going to give in.
Now here's a dangerous hitter though in the bottom part of this lineup for Minnesota. Rosario is already 2 for 3 tonight with a double, a single, and a run scored. And he's a good bad ball hitter.
Yes, he is. He's one of the guys that will swing at pitches at the letters and even off over his shoe tops. He will be aggressive and he'll swing the bat, but he can get the barrel to the baseball.
Two and 0. Now first base is open and you've got the younger Juan Centeno on deck.
That looks like what's going on, how they're going about it. They're not going to give him now. They'll just put him on. They tried to get Rosario to chase. He did not. So they'll put him on and take their chances with the young rookie. And it looks like Molitor's going to pinch hit for him. He will.
Yeah, Eduardo Escobar has now come to the on deck circle. A switch hitter. So Molitor feels like this could be their best opportunity.
You know, you go back to start this inning, and there's a ball that I felt should have been handled there by Santana. It was not. Another one that got under the glove. That was an error. The first one was a hit, and then there was a walk thrown in between. And then a 4-hopper that gets through. They were playing him to pull. That gets into center field. That ties the game. Otero came in. He got a little weak ground ball, but the runners were able to move up. He gets the Vargas strikeout, the intentional walk here. Now the bases are loaded. Tie score, 2 out. Game on the line right now.
Eduardo Escobar, there you see the numbers for him on the year. As a pinch hitter, he is 2 for 5 with 1 RBI, and he takes a strike. I don't know what the numbers are, but it seems to me that if you're a pitcher and you got a pinch hitter, be aggressive, because pinch hitters, they want to see a pitch or two most of the time.
Yeah, they've been sitting for 3 hours. You can go out there and say, okay, he's been hitting in the cage, he's ready to go. Well, you know what? It's not seeing live pitching like it is here. They're pinch hitting for a reason. They don't think the guy that's due up can do it, so you're going to get an opportunity. You've got to have that mentality of, hey, I've got nothing to lose. Let's go.
Dan Otero trying to get out of a bases loaded jam with 2 down. The 1-2 pitch, he threw it by him, and the Twins leave him loaded. However, they tie the game at 4 as we head to the 8th in Minneapolis. Telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Our score as we go to the 8th inning. And new pitcher for Minnesota is another left-hander, Fernando Abad.
35th appearance for Abad. A 1-3 record, 283 earned run average, 26 strikeouts in his 28 2/3 innings. Got off to a very good start with the Twins and then recently has been struggling a little bit.
Kurt Suzuki now in the ball game. Well, this is a Minnesota bullpen that has allowed 12 runs in their last 6 games. Last night the Indians did score 1 run off that Twins bullpen. Jose Ramirez 0 for 2 with a sac fly.
Change up.
In the air, left center. Buxton runs it down, 1 away. We're back here tomorrow afternoon to wrap up the series. Josh Tomlin will go against Kyle Gibson. Indians Live begins our coverage at 2 o'clock. First pitch 2:35 right here on Sports Time Ohio. Lonnie Chisenhall will be lifted for a pinch hitter as Rajay Davis grabs a bat. Rajay Davis this year 0 for 4 in a pinch hitting role. Grounds it to third. Sano kicks it, and that will be his 2nd error of the night, 3rd of the series, and a 1-out base runner. And if you're Minnesota, it's not the guy you wanted to see reach base here.
No, that's true. Even though there's a left-hander on the mound, and I'll tell you, Sano has not had a good series at third base. It's his 3rd error in 2 games, so he hasn't. That's a tough way to go.
And he's done it all 3 ways. Throwing, drop the pop-up, now a ground ball.
That's a tough way to go right there, but the Indians have life. They get their man aboard with 1 out.
And Juan Uribe is the batter. It's outside, 1-1.
I will say one thing about Abad. You know, even though you're left-handed, sometimes they don't have good moves, but he gets rid of the ball quickly, less than a second to home plate. And Suzuki, the new catcher, will have an opportunity. It's just tough to run on a guy that's that quick.
Just a bit outside, 2-1.
Hold up.
And 2 for Rajay, just like a pinch hitter. You're coming in cold. I always wonder, you know, how easy it is to just jump in the game and go steal a base.
Well, they stretch and they get their legs loose as good as possible, you know, in there before they go in, no question. Not an easy thing to do.
2-1.
Right now, even though he's out there and he hasn't tried to steal a base, he's trying to be a little too fine with the rebay.
Maybe that is the effect of Rajay.
Sure. I'm thinking, you know, you want to rush it. You want to give your catcher a chance. He's not going anywhere. He's too quick to the plate. Change up.
Hit deep to left. Back is Rosario. He is going to run it down just shy of the warning track. He got it a little bit off the end of the bat.
Yep.
Didn't quite drive it. And there are 2 down.
He went out to hook that ball. It was a changeup, 3-1. He thought he was going to get a fastball. And watch him go out and get it. It was upstairs and it was right off the end of the bat. He realized it as soon as he hit it, that it wasn't going anywhere. It didn't even get to the track. So we're going to get another pinch hitter now for Tyler Naquin.
Looks like Eric Gonzalez.
Yes, it is.
And this will be his major league debut in a pinch hitting role. Eric Gonzalez was originally signed by the Indians out of the Dominican Republic back in '08. Spent a couple of summers in the Dominican Summer League program, then a year with the Arizona League Indians. 2012 played at Mahoney Valley, then the following year in Lake County. Moved up to High A. The last 2 years he spent time at Double A and then Triple A, and this year really starting to come into his own. Takes a strike. In addition to that .296 batting average, Gonzalez this year 22 doubles and a triple at the AAA level. And that got a big chunk of the catcher, Suzuki. Ouch.
Right off the end of the bat on the inner thigh. That'll leave a bruise.
So with 2 down and the go-ahead run at first base in the 8th inning, the 0-2 pitch to Gonzalez is strike. No. Just missing outside. Not by much.
Ooh, that's a tough one to take. He got a break in his first at bat. Maybe down and away, but don't take it again.
Eric Gonzalez called up, even though he's making his major league debut. They're hopeful maybe that he can fill the role of Michael Martinez. Again, just outside. Now Fernando Abad looks irritated, thinking he should have gotten the benefit of the call.
This one looked like it was further away than the last one.
Definitely.
Yeah. You know, so you can't complain. That one was a worse pitch. I thought if he went right back to that same pitch, it would have been fine.
Point being, it's never easy for a young player to come in and fill a utility type role.
True. You're trying to get your feet wet at the major league level. And if you're put in situations, wow, it's going to be tough.
Struck him out. Inning over. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 4. changes now for the Indians. Rajay Davis pinch hit for Tyler Naquin, stays in center field, and Eric Gonzalez will stay in the ball game in right field. I'm sorry, it was Gonzalez who pinch hit for Naquin. Rajay pinch hit for Lonnie Chisenhall, but Gonzalez in right, Davis in center, and now Brian Shaw is the new Indians pitcher. He's the 4th pitcher to work tonight for Cleveland, 3rd out of the bullpen. And for Minnesota, Byron Buxton, the number 9 hitter, then the top of the order. Buxton walked to lead off the 3rd and scored. Shaw throws it by him. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the 4th, struck out in the 6th. And he swings and misses at a nice off-speed pitch. 0-2. Each team with 4 runs, each team with 8 hits, each team has committed 2 errors. Way outside. Minnesota has stranded 10. The Indians have left 7. Struck him out with a high heater. 1 down. Recapping the keys to the game courtesy of Mazda. Indians were looking for production from the 2 through 5 spots in the order. Kipnis had an RBI hit. Ramirez with a sac fly. And Brian Dozier had a sacrifice fly in the 3rd inning. And then an RBI hit in the 7th that tied the game. So he drove in 2 last night. He's driven in 2 more this evening. Eduardo Nunez has 2 hits and he has scored a run. Pulls it to 3rd. Uribe unloaded quickly to get him. 2 gone. And up comes Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer walked in the 7th and scored. He's walked twice in the ballgame. And looking ahead to the 9th inning, the Indians will have the number 9 spot, Chris Jimenez leading off, then the top of the order.
Talk about walks. Mauer and Santana came in tied for the lead tonight. They were 4th. So Mauer will overtake that lead. Santana has 3 hits in the ball game, hasn't walked. Mauer, you mentioned the 2 walks, doesn't have a hit, but he did score a run.
Chopper slowly hit to short. On the run, Lindor throws out Mauer. The Twins go 1-2-3. We go to the 9th, where Carlos Santana will be due up second for the try. We are tied at 4. Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up after the ball game, live from Target Field. Al and Jensen will be downstairs. They've got their own set here, getting ready to bring you post-game coverage. But first, we've got to determine a winner, and we are tied going to the ninth. So Minnesota goes to their closer, Brandon Kintzler, and try to keep it a tie game. He's a perfect 5 out of 5 in save situations, and he's been pretty dominant for the most part. In 26 appearances, he has walked 2 and struck out 16. Yan Gomes is going to pinch hit for Chris Gimenez. Gomes hit 3 balls right on the nose last night. Nothing to show for it. 2 really good defensive plays. The other one, he just smoked it right at the third baseman. But before today's ball game, to give you an idea of how his teammates still feel about him, they're pulling for him. They want to see him bust out of this prolonged slump. He's hitting a $163 on the year. They had one of those, I don't know what you'd call it. It was a little ceremony in the clubhouse. They were calling on, from Major League, the movie, calling on Joe Boo to try to break the curse and have the baseball god smile on Gomes for a change instead of having seemingly nothing but bad luck. But all the players were involved, and some of them even posted the ceremony on social media. So if you follow guys like Jason Kipnis or Mike Napoli, Danny Salazar on Instagram, you can see the video of Gomes. By now it may be all over the internet, who knows, but they had fun with it, and it was just a way to just kind of tell Yan, hey man, we're in this with you, just keep fighting. Those hits will start falling eventually. And what Terry Francona and Ty Van Berkeley tried to reiterate to Gomes last night was, hey, you keep having those kind of at-bats, you will get some
no
hits.
question. I totally agree with that. He had some quality at bats, didn't have anything to show for it, but you continue. Again, he's going deep in the count. He's not making outs on first or second pitches.
Mind you, this is a quality arm he's up against here.
Well,
and Kintzler kid's pretty good.
Well, he thought he had strike 3. Just a little bit off the outside edge. You know, that's a tough one to take.
And it's up. You know, that's not his pitch anyway.
Well,
low ball hitter.
That's what he's going to have to start doing, concentrating on his zone where he's a productive hitter, and that's down.
The 3-2. Hit in the air, right field. Kepler coming in. Basket style slides and makes the catch. 1 down. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And Carlos Santana has had a good night with the bat. He's 3 for 4, including a 2-run double in the 5th. So the Indians have now all but expended their bench. The 1 player remaining. And that would be Abe Almonte. But this is something Terry Francona really hasn't had the luxury of for the most part this year, which is that extra guy on the bench.
7 pitchers, right, and you've got an extra guy for the. Well, and that's the situation. They're going to have to keep that extra man, I would think, for a while. When you look at the situation, he's pinch hitting late in the ball games for his catchers, whether it be Gomes or Gimenez, you know, in situations. So you need the extra guy as opposed to that pitcher out in the bullpen.
Low and away, 2-1.
You know, they brought a left-hander and he pinch hit for Chisenhall. You know, he used Davis. So, you know, Naquin, he used Gonzalez. So you got guys on the bench for a reason. You have to use them.
Kintzler's pitch is low, 3-1 with Jason Kipnis waiting on deck. Told you before, Kintzler's walked 2 batters in 26 appearances this year. Though he is facing Santana, who has drawn 50 walks. Yeah. Santana hits a towering fly ball to left field. Rosario. 2 down. And up comes Jason Kipnis. Kipnis 2 hits and RBI on the night. Strike to the outside edge with a good fastball. Squibbs it foul. Nothing into the kill. For Minnesota in the bottom of the ninth, they've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up. The 0-2. And Kipnis just did foul it off. Cody Allen appears to be the only guy up in the Cleveland bullpen.
I think the only time he would come in is if they take the lead, because what did Shaw? He didn't throw many pitches. He threw 8 pitches in his inning.
Struck him out, inning over. The Indians go 1-2-3. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth in Minnesota, tied at 4. Minnesota. Yan Gomes, after pinch hitting for Jimenez, stays in the game behind the dish. Brian Shaw, who worked a 1-2-3-8, stays on to pitch the ninth. Sano, Dozier, and Kepler for Minnesota. Miguel Sano is 0 for 4 twice. He has reached on an error. Outside. 3-0.
Outfield playing deep. They're going to be in the no doubles defense. But right now, Shaw has to throw a strike.
there for a strike. Oh, he swung at a ball.
Yeah, chased one out of there. Could have been on first base. Sharp blade on that aggressiveness. He got him to swing.
Back out of play. Minnesota trying to walk off with a win for the 6th time this year. And the Indians are trying to force extra innings for the 9th time.
Yeah, well, they walked off twice against us here. That first meeting we came to Minnesota, if you remember, the first 2 games of that series.
The 3-2. Swung on and missed. Good fastball from Shaw. It had some movement at 95. His second strikeout, 1 away.
Yeah, he comes right at him. He wasn't going to walk him. He went right there. Good low fastball. That one down. Tough one to go down and get. Yeah, it's raining now.
Oh boy.
Oh yes.
That's why I was hoping we wouldn't have extra innings tonight, because I knew that rain was coming later.
Well, it's sending the people scattering.
In for a strike. I don't think it's a heavy schedule for Denver quick. Let's see, what do we get? Oh, that's not good. Out of play. According to weather.com, we're looking at a 100% chance of rain till 1 a.m. How's that grab you?
I wish you would have told me.
Wow. Yeah. The 0-2 to Dozier. Hunt took off on it. Now this isn't bad. They can play through this as long as it doesn't just don't have the heavens open up. Now the 1-2 to Dozier. Broke his bat. And Kipnis with the scoop and throw. 2 down. I mean, it's not like the British Open where it's 50 degrees, 35-mile-an-hour winds.
See 4 seasons in a matter of an hour.
I felt bad for those guys at times. Like, that can be a lot of fun. Although today didn't look nearly as bad as yesterday. I mean, yesterday that was unbelievable. They're teeing off on a hole. It's about 100, I don't know, 180, 190 yards, and 35-mile-an-hour winds. They were coming up 30 yards short of the green.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Max Kepler 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Shaw trying to set him down in order. Push this game to the 10th inning. Way outside, 3-0. Fastball strike, 3-1. Now he was 3-0 to Sano and came back and got him. See if he can do it again. Fair inside the line. Ramirez over to play it off the wall. And Kepler with a slide just does beat the tag for a 2-out double.
It was really a nice play by Ramirez to get over there and play it off the ricochet on that wall out there and get it in a hurry. Made it awfully close at second base, and Kepler was off and running as soon as he saw it was a fair ball. Nice job. Here comes a throw right on the money, and he just does get the foot down, beat the throw, goes in for a double. That's the game winner right there at second base for the Twins. Shaw needs one more out for the Indians.
Kenny Vargas, the batter, is 2 for 4. He has singled and doubled, but has struck out his last 2 times up. Foul territory. Santana with the over-the-shoulder catch, and we go to extra innings tonight in Minnesota. Tied at 4. Extra innings are presented all season long by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Rain falling as we roll on to the 10th inning. And a new pitcher for Minnesota, right-hander Ryan Presley. He'll be the 5th Minnesota pitcher to work tonight. And he'll go up against 3, 4, and 5 spots in the Cleveland lineup. Francisco Lindor, Mike Napoli, and Jose Ramirez.
Presley pitched an inning in last night's ball game. Gave up 2 hits, the 1 run. That home run was to Mike Napoli back in the 8th inning. Coming on again for the 2nd straight night. He's been awfully tough on right-handers.
And Lindor with a ground ball to short. Nunez, low throw. Howard digs it out. And it's a close play, but Lindor's out number 1.
Yeah, that throw into the dirt, a nice pick out by Mauer. First thing you do, you got to make sure you catch that ball at short at the fire, and the low pick, and nicely done by Mauer, and it retires Lindor.
Now Mike Napoli 0 for 2 with 2 walks tonight. Again, Cody Allen up in the Cleveland bullpen.
Napoli hit a breaking ball off Presley last night. Started him off fastball here.
One ball, 1 strike. slider backed up on him, and he caught a break as it was inside off the plate. Ground ball up the middle. Dozier with a backhand and a flip, and it pulled him off the bag. Napoli is going to be safe on what should be an infield single.
Oh, yeah, I would think so, Matt. He tried to get rid of it so quickly that, you know, he was throwing off the wrong foot, and I think that's where the accuracy problem came in. He might have had one more step to take to get rid of it, but he just gets rid of it, throws it off his right foot. Actually, he was almost like on his toe. But Napoli will get there, beat it out. It'll be credited with a hit.
And that is the 990th hit in Mike Napoli's career. Jose Ramirez 0 for 3 with an RBI. Came on a sac fly back in the first inning. There are only 32 current players who have hit 200 home runs and amassed 1,000 career hits. And of those 32, only 10 made their debut in 2006 or later, such as Mike Napoli.
Okay. So he'll be there soon. Hopefully he'll be there off the road trip before we get off.
Yeah, he's got 223 career homers, so we already took care of that. Needs 10 more hits to get to 1,000. And the 2-1 on the way. Out of play. Plus, in addition to that, just the sheer volume of those numbers, he's done it consistently throughout his career. I told you in the openings, there's only 5 guys, current players, who've hit 17 or more in 9 straight seasons. And he's done it while changing positions throughout his career.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
And Napoli was all over.
You know what,
He
how about the
read that.
read? You know, I watched that ball, and I knew it was going to be down and in the dirt, but so did he. And I was watching him at first base, and he took off before that ball was even there. Watch him. He sees it in the dirt. He was taking off anyway. He took the chance to try and get himself in scoring position on that breaking ball. And if I was Minnesota here, I'd be very careful. I might think about just pitching around Ramirez.
That's the 3rd wild pitch by a Twins pitcher tonight. And with the rain falling, Ramirez trying to do what he does best. Drive home a runner in scoring position.
We'll see what they do. I don't think they'll give in to him.
Breaking ball, and he pulls it foul. Ramirez came in with one of the best averages in the American League in these situations, batting .394. And in the same situation in the first inning, he had a sacrifice fly, moved a runner from second to third in the 6th inning with nobody out on a ground ball out. Now he's looking for that big hit. The 3-2. Oh, fouled off of his foot. We'll try again.
He really took something off this breaking ball. Don't know if he swung at a strike or a ball, but it went off his foot. Again, off a part of the body. Staying with the off-speed pitches.
Well, this is typical of what we've seen from Ramirez all season long. And Mike Napoli said, look, he comes up with great at-bats, especially with guys on in scoring position. He's been coming through in the clutch all season long. A little high, ball 4. What an at-bat for Ramirez. You know, and that was a close pitch by Presley.
You know, but they weren't going to give in. They were going to continue with the breaking ball because first base was open, and he's proven that he can drive him in. So this is just a really patient, good at bat by a young hitter like Ramirez, who's really starting to learn to hit in the clutch. And you know, you draw that walk, you keep it rolling, you let the next guy up, get that opportunity. Very nicely done.
Rajai Davis reached on an error his first time up, and he tried to pull that pitch as it was moving away from him. Strike one. Rajai with Juan Uribe to follow. Here in the 10th. Upstairs, he lays off. It's 1-1. Good fastball. Presley just pumped it by him at 95, but it was up near the letters, top of the strike zone. And Rajai smashes one to short. Nunez to second for one, on to first. And it's a double play to end the inning. And Nunez is hurt at shortstop. I'm not sure where that ball got him. I hope Davis is okay at first.
He tripped over first. I think he'll be okay.
It looks like he's all right. Nunez, I don't know if that ball nailed him before he got a good grasp on it, but he's not feeling real good. Inning over, and we are still tied at 4. Ball that's Nunez just didn't catch cleanly, caught it in the breadbasket.
And that ball was hit hard.
They turned a double play. He stepped on the back of Mauer's foot.
Yeah.
Slipped on the bag.
That's why he went down. You're right. He's lucky he didn't twist an ankle. That got him right in the gut. And he still had the awareness to get rid of it quickly, and they turned the double play.
Might have knocked the wind out of him. Cody Allen on for the 39th time this year. Not a save situation, obviously. And he's trying to keep the Twins at bay. In the last half of the 10th, bottom of the order, it'll be Eddie Rosario, Kurt Suzuki, and Byron Buxton. Nunez would be due up fourth. We'll see if he is able to stay in the game. I would assume he is.
Yeah, he's going to go in and get it a look. That had to, I think I agree with you. It might have knocked the wind out of him.
Fouled right back. breaking ball. That's in for a strike, 0-2. Upstairs. The 1-2 now is a little dribbler to first. Easy play for Santana. One away. And that'll bring up Kurt Suzuki, the Minnesota catcher. It's his first at bat tonight. Juan Centeno got the start. He was 1 for 3 with a double. Drove in a run.
Yeah, they pinched it for him back in the 7th.
Big flash of lightning just lit up the sky.
That was a wake-up call. Look at the
Sure
umpires.
was.
See all their heads turn?
Yeah.
They must be looking over at the head groundskeeper or something.
Well, it probably tells you that not only is it raining now, but there might be some heavy rain.
Really close
on
by.
its way.
Really close by.
Up and in, ball 1. Swung on and missed. Suzuki was trying to end it with one swing.
Yeah, went after that high heater. He had to go into the game in the 8th inning. Centeno, they had to pinch hit for.
Popped him up, foul, and out of play.
You know, some people left when it started to rain. Other people are trying to go up and just search for cover.
Yeah. Stay out of the rain.
I don't blame them.
Cody Allen with a 1-2. Low and away. Chased one down low. It stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 10th here at Target Field. A ball game that saw the Indians score a run in the first. Minnesota tied it in the 3rd. Indians went ahead with a 2-run double in the 5th by Carlos Santana. Minnesota got to within a run in the 6th. And the Indians made it 4-2 in the 7th, only to watch Minnesota come right back with 2 in the bottom of the 7th to tie it. They've stayed that way ever since. Steady rain falling. With 1 out in the bottom of the 10th. Rick Fox. It was a beautiful day for baseball. When we started, it was 78 degrees, just a few clouds. It was beautiful, just perfect. But at 9:45, the rain moved in. And As fate would have it, we've gone to extra innings. 2-2. Struck him out with a high heater. And there are 2 gone in the 10th. Byron Buxton to the plate.
Yeah, 2 times in this at-bat, he was able to elevate the fastball above the belt and get a swing and miss. So there's 2 outs. The first strikeout for Cody Allen.
Buxton swings and misses. I'm watching the Indians dugout. Mike Sarbaugh and Brad Mills in charge of positioning the defenders. And you've got Eric Gonzalez in the outfield. Swung on and missed. Primarily, Gonzalez has played shortstop 70 games. But he did play 3 games in the outfield for AAA Columbus this year. But it's not exactly second nature to him, so they're moving him around, in, out, move over toward the line, toward the gap. 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called, inning over. Cody Allen punches out a pair, and we play on to the 11th inning, tied at 4. Extra innings are provided by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Rain continues to fall. It's actually picked up a little bit. Grounds crew giving the pitcher's mound a once-over. And the new pitcher for Minnesota is Michael Tonkin. Right-hander on for the 40th time this year. And he's got the bottom third of the Indians lineup. It'll be Juan Uribe, Eric Gonzalez, and Yan Gomes.
We just don't know how long this is going to stay the way it is. You know, sort of it doesn't look like it's too hard, but they've already had to, you know, do a little work on the mound.
The problem is it's a straight down rain.
You said it's going to be here for the rest of the night, right?
So
at least 1 or 2
calls for. Yeah. It looks like we may have caught a little break. The radar showed a pretty big, ugly, like storm that might have passed just south of us, so we might have missed the worst part of it. But it's going to be damp for a while.
Well, we asked our local meteorologist Teresa here, and she said it was coming later. She said we'd be fine until 9:30.
Juan Uribe takes a strike. Juan tonight is 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored. Fly to deep left back in the 8th inning. Pops this one up. Out goes the shortstop Nunez. One away. And that'll bring up Eric Gonzalez, or will it? No, we're going to get Abe Almonte, and that will take care of the Indians bench. Terry Francona has used everybody. Now that Almonte comes to bat. Almonte is switch hitter. Almonte, of course, had a tremendous Indians debut last year, and it came at the expense of the Minnesota Twins. Outside corner, a strike. In 43 career games played against Minnesota, Almonte has hit .302. Foul back. This is just his 16th at bat. Broken back ground to third. An easy play for Sano, 2 down. I think Larry Vanover's just called for the tarp.
He sure did. He sure did. He said pull it. Unless he's coming over to talk to him. No, pull the tarp. Wow. Exactly what he's doing. Well, he's sitting out there. He's watching.
Look at the pitcher, Michael Tonkin. He said, "Are you kidding me? I got 2 outs in the inning, and now you're going to call the tarp?" So he's frustrated because by the time he comes back, he won't be able to pitch again, probably.
Well, if we do come back tonight, this is at 10:15. They are going to roll it out. Now, maybe they have talked in between innings about what the forecast is here, but
yeah, this is
Larry Vanover says, no, I've seen enough. I'm sitting out there. You know, they had to do some work out there, and it's coming down pretty good.
I think you're right, though, Rick. I think Larry Vanover saw what was happening on the left side of the infield, the deteriorating conditions. Said, you know what? Somebody is going to get hurt, or something's going to happen, and let's just
we're going to call it right now before it gets too messy. You know, you try and please everybody, say we're going to wait around. Let's get the field covered, and we'll take a break and see what happens. But it's not going to be good. It looks like we're going to be here a while.
Well, this is one of those deals where who knows. I mean, I told you the one forecast said it looked like at least till 1 a.m. this rain was going to be here. Now, I don't know. They make these guys sit around for 3 hours before they resume this game. We've seen it this year. Well, it happened in New York.
Well, we've got a day game tomorrow, so anything can happen.
Good times. Good times.
That's just the way it goes, man. That's part of baseball. You never know.
Minnesota. Well, the tarp is on the field, and we are going to try to wait it out. Like that guy. He's got nowhere to go. And neither do we.
Zombies, man. He's going to be following you
the
like
Walking
that.
Dead?
Yeah, the Walking Dead. He's coming after you, Matty.
All right, we've got a timeout. An extended one, to be honest. But we're going to step aside. We'll be back right after this. events that have happened in our country, and he said, remember one thing, folks, united we stand, divided we fall. Torii Hunter, what a great story from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Became one of Minnesota's favorite sons, even though he left via free agency and bounced around with the Angels and the Tigers, but came back here to finish his career.
And it doesn't surprise me. He started here, and you know, baseball a lot of times goes in full circles. But no matter where he played, whether it was here, he went out to the Angels, he added so much to that team, and where he just left in Detroit. When Torii Hunter's not in that clubhouse, it makes a difference on that ball club.
Yes, it does. Well, Trevor May is getting loose. He's already warmed up in the bullpen, so he won't need long. And again, there are 2 outs in the inning, and Yan Gomes.
Gomes, I thought, had a 2-1 count on him, if I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't doubt you.
Well,
I don't remember, though.
Well, I don't know why I remember, because I'm goofy, but I think Tonkin, who, you remember, he was yelling at the umpire for calling the term.
Yeah, he wanted to finish the inning.
Because he was, you know, just a couple of pitches or 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning in his mind.
Yeah, Almonte had broken his bat in a weak ground out to third base. And then I couldn't remember if Gomes even was at the plate. I was watching Larry Vanover come down the line saying, all right, that's it, we're done.
Yeah, I remember Gomes.
No count.
No count?
So, here we go. Yeah, I didn't think Gomes had gotten to the plate. And the reason I think that, Rick, is because the ball was hit to third. And whatever Larry Vanover saw with Miguel Sano fielding the ball, throwing it seemingly without incident, but he saw something and said, that's it. We're calling the tarp.
So it'll be about a 2-hour and 5-minute delay.
And the first pitch fouled right back by Gomes. He was getting after it. They do call it an official delay of 2 hours and 5 minutes.
What do you know? We can get a delay right without Tom Bochenek being here to give us the official call. He's probably still up watching.
Gomes got a hanger, pops it up right field near the line. Kepler coming in, makes the catch. Indians go 1-2-3, though it took 2 hours to do the trick. Target field, and the Indians will call on Joe Colon, making just his 3rd appearance on the year. They'll be facing the top of Minnesota's lineup: Eduardo Nunez, Joe Mauer, and Miguel Sano. Defensively, Abraham Almonte stays in the game. He's in right field now. So the Indians defensively in the outfield, left to right. Ramirez, Davis, Almonte on the infield. Uribe's at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first base with Yan Gomes doing the catching. Joe Colon, 26 years old, Puerto Rican product, was signed by the Indians as a well, he was actually drafted by or signed by the Indians originally in '09, and then he became a free agent and re-signed with the Indians this past off season. He's a guy that's had Tommy John surgery. He's come back from that. Former starter has converted to the bullpen and getting his first opportunity this year to pitch in the big leagues.
Well, you remember his first start.
Ground ball to short. Lindor throws him out.
First appearance where, you know, he was a little nervous and he was all over the place. Settled down in his second outing and kept the ball down, and we realized, he said that he throws a lot of good sinkers down in the strike zone. He did in his second outing. Probably felt much better, a little more relaxed.
Joe Mauer, the batter. Mauer is 0 for 3. He's walked twice and scored a run. Yeah, Rick, last year was the first time in his career that he pitched exclusively out of the bullpen. So it definitely takes some adjusting. But the one thing the Indians felt like they would see was some increase in velocity, which they did. And that pitch up and away. It's 2-0. When he got the bump to Columbus last year, pitched in 12 games at AAA. In those 12 games, he struck out 24 batters and only walked 3. Smacked out of play. Now the 2-1. Bottom of the zone, just a tad low. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, there's the guys we've said many times. Those borderline pitches, when he's ahead, he will not swing at.
Miguel Sano waits on deck. Way outside. He walked him. And the winning run aboard for Minnesota. And it brings up Miguel Sano.
That is the 3rd walk for Mauer tonight. Gives him 53 on the year.
It's interesting, in the Indians media guide, it says that Joe Colon's favorite player growing up was Greg Maddux. Colon gets it up there in the mid-90s. I'm not sure Greg Maddux ever threw a ball over 90 miles an hour, did he?
No, but he had pinpoint control. He didn't have to.
Missed inside. Ball 1. Right now, Colon's looking for the strike zone. Bullseye. It's 1-1. Sano with 14 home runs, 8 doubles, and 36 driven in. He's reached twice by error tonight and has struck out the other 3 times up.
defensive side of the ball, he has had a couple of errors as well. He's had a tough series defensively.
Yeah, he's already committed 3
So
errors.
errors have been a part of his series.
Yeah.
He's reached twice on him, and he's made 2 errors.
Showing better patience in this at-bat than he did in some of the others earlier tonight. Pulls it foul. 2-2. Joe Mauer, the base runner at first. Out of play to the right. And the count will remain 2-2. The 2-2 is hammered deep center. It is off the wall. Coming around third, Joe Mauer with the winning run will be held as Kipnis gets off a relay to Santana. And now Minnesota has second and third with 1 out. Thought maybe they were going to try to send Mauer there.
You know, they really couldn't, and I understand why they didn't. I don't know. It was just, he was off and running right from the outset, knowing that ball was going to go off the wall. It was played nicely by Davis, but you just didn't want to take that chance. You know, look at the footing. He's looking back. No reason to look back, Joe Mauer, but they stop him. And you've got Dozier up there, so I wouldn't give Dozier much to hit here, even though he's the right-hander. I'd just put him on and you go for a double play after this. He has 2 ribbies tonight. He had 2 last night. And he's the veteran right there. You've got the young kid on deck, although he is a left-handed hitter.
I'm sure that was the conversation as Mickey Callaway went out. Everybody was involved. Everyone knows the program here, and they're going to walk him.
Yeah, and the outfielders start coming in because you're going to have to get in here for the next hitter. Yeah, got to walk him here. Kepler, the next hitter. Seems like everything he has been shooting to left field in this whole series. The double he had, he flew out to left field 3 times yesterday, once tonight. So he tries to stay on the baseball.
Well, Brian Dozier has driven in 4 runs already in the first 2 games of this series. So there's the reason why they're walking him. They know what he can do. So the bases are loaded with 1 out. Max Kepler to the plate.
It's been opportunities that Minnesota has missed a lot tonight. They have 1 more here in the 11th.
Indians look like they're going to go for an extra infielder.
5-man infield, yeah.
Jose Ramirez will come in.
I like that. I like that idea. And stay right there.
He'll play up the middle, right in front of the second base bag. And the Tribe will go to 2 outfielders, with Rajai Davis sliding over toward left, and Abraham Almonte will go over more towards center.
Yeah, you give him right field if he pulls it. Like I said, everything he's been shooting has been the other way. So I like the strategy.
Here we go. Joe Colon with a game on the line now. He fires, and Kepler takes a ball outside. Now the 1-0 in the air, out of play. A ball and a strike. Joe Mauer, the winning run at third base. The infield in, and there are 5 of them. The 1-1 in the dirt. What a stop by Gomes.
There's 2 pitches. He's almost thrown to the backstop, trying to just give him the run. Watch Gomes have to get down and stop this one. That's a fastball, too. Normally, you don't spike fastballs into the dirt. I see the breaking ball, how you can do it, but not the fastball.
Well, this is a huge pitch here for Joe Colon. Right back up the middle. He knocks it down. Throws home off the glove. The Twins win it. An ugly finish to an ugly game. Minnesota takes it 5-4 to even the series at a game apiece.
I wonder how they're going to score this. Not that it matters because the game is over.
All I know is we waited over 2 hours for that.
That's exactly right. Yes, we did.
Minnesota victorious here tonight. Tribe falls to 53 and 37. Minnesota is 33 and 57. The winning pitcher is Trevor May. The loser, Joe Colon. And the series finale comes your way tomorrow. And that'll be a 2:30 Eastern time start back home in Cleveland. Pat O'Brien, Chevrolet, play of the game.
Well, it's just going to be a replay. He backhands it, but he gets to the ball in time. He throws it to Gomes, and Gomes just can't hold on to it, and the ball's thrown away. The run scores. Don't know how they scored it.
It's an error on Gomes.
Okay, that's what it looked like. He wanted to get out of the way of the plate as the guy comes sliding in, and that's the 3rd error. He could have had the 2nd out, but Minnesota goes on to win this ball game.
So that's it. That's all. We'll be back tomorrow or later today. I guess that's more likely the case. About 12 hours from now, we'll be back to wrap up the series. For Rick Manning and Andre Knott, I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks so much for watching. Al and Jensen are staying up late, so you stay tuned. They're going to talk baseball when we come back on Indians Live.